Hello? Did I do it wrong? Hello? What? Okay, I was gonna play a soundbite there, but my computer's like, nah, fuck you. So I guess no fucking silence and then funnily timed soundbite right at the start. Well, fuck me, I guess. Alright. We're gonna be doing some commentary today. I'm, feeling a little lower energy today. I don't know. I don't have it in me to game, and I certainly do have it in me to be moody, though. So I think some commentary would, be a perfect fit for that, so to speak. Let me get my camera up here. Actually, let's. I mean, while I'm on the starting screen here, let's turn the camera on for y'all. Sure my background is good and clear. Kind of is. It's just a little cluttered, whatever. In spots. Alright. Pull up Firefox. Oh my god. The first thing I saw when I opened up Firefox this morning was fucking insane. It made me fucking laugh so fucking hard. I open up Firefox and I instantly see a video from No Damage Rocket, and it's just him like solo supporting. I didn't even watch it. All I saw was the thumbnail and burst out laughing. Cause like what the fuck, like you cannot roll a solo support with Rocket this season. Any season. This season, like doing it in any season of Rivals is wild. That like it's fucking Rocket Raccoon. His fucking like. Okay, here's the thing with Rocket. Rocket is like insanely good in a sense because like he's got like full heals, which that's dope. But you have to hit them. You gotta hit it. Like you only get that full heal off the fucking off a direct hit. And after like waiting a second. So in order to fucking do that and be like full healing your whole team, you're cooked. Like you're cooked. You gotta constantly be turning around in like every fucking direction. I don't know why YouTube is deciding now that I'm streaming, it's also not showing me said video, so I can't like scroll down to the thumbnail. See, I fucking resent YouTube. This is why I got a docket ready before stream. Because every time I, like, go to do commentary shit, it's like YouTube decides to yeet all of the content that would be good for commentating off of my algorithm. Anyway, I digress. That's what the fucking docket's for. Playlists. What do I want to start with, though? One second. I might move some things around on the playlist here. Just because I want to make it make a little more sense. Also kind of ease into the morning rather than open it up with all depressing news. But I do want to keep it varied here. We're going to do a couple fun stories to start with. And one of them will segue into political subjects. Well, I mean, even the fun videos are political, but they're fun political videos. Like, I have a goofy-ass video in the docket here today called Seize the Mean Street, and we're gonna be learning about cultural hegemony today. So it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be political, but fun. Political, but fun. I promise. I hesitantly promise. Because I know I used to do more commentary shit. This is gonna be real quick, but I used to do more commentary shit. But I think it's about keeping it mixed. You know, like it's not everybody can pull off what some other people do on this platform, where they'll just cover politics for like 8 hours a day, and then also not lose their mind completely. I just want to have a little fun occasionally, and, you know, my perspective is my perspective, and I'm gonna share it when I want to share it. Period. So let's get on into it. Hang on, I should make sure that everything is clear here. Yeah. I got rid of my bookmarks. There's nothing there that was bad or anything, but just a bunch of garbage bookmarks that were, like, old. I think I still have the Amazing World of Gumball bookmarked from when I was in a Gumball phase. That was a phase. That is... Okay. Random side note about the Amazing World of Gumball. There are few better shows. Like, there are few good shows on this planet. Pog is one of them. That is for sure. Anyways, make sure we're all good here. Let's see. Make sure my Firefox is good. Make sure it doesn't fucking look wonky on screen or anything. It kind of does. It's a little bit off to the side, but you know what? I'm gonna live with that. It's kind of fine. There's actually something a little feng shui about how it's hanging to the top left. Oh, hang on. Let me also make sure there's no, like, TOS stuff. One of these videos, I'm probably gonna have to, like, scrub through real quick before we get to it, if I remember. Because it does get very serious. I know I said it was gonna be fun. There are some very serious things, too, but we are also gonna be having fun. Fun, but serious. Fun with some serious mixed in. Let's see. Yeah, that should be good. That should be good. Do I want to move that? I'm reworking the docket here. Just I want things to be in a proper order, so that it, like, everything kind of should, like, not connect, because they're not necessarily all connected, but it should, like, segue properly. I don't know how to word it. But, you know, like, light stuff should be with light stuff. That's the wrong way. That is the wrong way to word that when we're talking about politics. The light stuff should be with the light stuff. The dark stuff. That's what my brain was gonna say. And then I was like, wait, no, not that. Not that. The like, lighthearted subjects should be with lighthearted subject stories and whatnot. As well as anything that's correlated or relevant to each other, you know, can come after another story, so I want to make sure things kind of connect in my docket. That vaguely connects to that. That's kind of out of place in general. That's kind of out of place in general. Fuck. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I'm overthinking it. I'm absolutely overthinking it. Let's learn about cultural hegemony. I need to do another double check, though. I'm so fucking paranoid about, like, accidentally showing some shit that I should not on stream. So I'm also, like, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. There's nothing on screen right now. There's really nothing even that I could be, like, that would concern me. Like, it's literally all just, like, my one concern is literally if I've done any, like, J-star B stuff on here, Because, like, if I've done that, then there might be, like, personal information sitting in, like, the headline of like, a tab. So I don't want that to show in, like, bookmarks and whatnot. But we're good on that front. We're good on that front right now. Alright. Cultural hegemony. Let's learn.
Hi, Minnie.
Hi, Marco. How's it going?
I'm a little frustrated.
Oh, I didn't change the fucking headline.
Yeah, why is that?
Well,
That's from
a lot of
fucking
my coworkers
days
have
ago.
multiple jobs, and I was trying to say that I wish we all made enough at one job to make a living. But they told me
let's
that
see.
I'll never be as rich and
Wait, oh
successful
god,
as Elon Musk with that attitude. I just don't think it's normal to work 6.
Right, it has been so long since I've done commentary that, like, I forget which... Hang on. I forget which... Okay, there it is. There it is. Headlines. It's in the headlines group, because of course it is. I'm dumb. Current subject headline. You know, we'll just do it in a block. Cultural... What the fuck was I gonna do? Okay, and then the other headline, we're gonna take that and we're gonna do... Actually, let's just remove the gaming later from that, because I don't think I'm gonna be gaming today. Maybe I will, but I probably won't. Oh, it already was updated. I didn't have to transition it. It just was updating it the whole time I was doing that. Alright, I mean, that's fine, but didn't realize that. Alright, I'm gonna put the video back because I was yapping during the start of that, so let's fucking hit that from the top.
Hi, Minnie.
Hi, Marco. How's it going?
I'm a little frustrated.
Oh, yeah? Why is that?
Well, a lot of my coworkers have multiple jobs, and I was trying to say that I wish we all made enough at one job to make a living. But they told me that
If
I'll
only.
never be as rich and successful as Elon Musk with that attitude. Don't think it's normal to work 60 hours a week.
Well, you're right. It's not. And you know how so many of your coworkers, friends, and family think that working too much is normal?
Uh-huh.
Well, there's a name for why they think that way. It's called cultural hegemony.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, there's lots
Kinda
of
me, though, in
complicated
jail.
terms that
Like, I get it, but I don't get it.
in a simpler way.
Cause we're workers who want better rights, but can't sit around reading books all day.
And we
Fact.
don't have to know everything to fight back and get organized.
But when bad things happen, it'd be nice if we could understand why.
Cause we gotta seize.
We gotta seize.
Seize the means of production.
I didn't even need to know where that was going to know where it was going.
Learning the way it functions.
Hey there, comrade.
Come on down.
Seize the means.
Seize the mainstream. We learning today, boys and girls.
Who is Antonio Gramsci? By me, Laurie. Antonio Gramsci was an Italian Marxist philosopher, politician, journalist, and one of the most influential political theorists of the 20th century. As a founding member and leader of the Communist Party of Italy in 1921, he was an outspoken critic of Benito Mussolini's fascist regime.
What?
And Gramsci,
Fascists and
alongside other
socialists
members of
going
the
against
opposition,
each other?
Round of
That's
applause.
wild.
Sorry,
It's almost like
really loud when there's
it's almost like socialism is the direct opposite to fascism, and that's why politically the people have been leaning towards it, whereas politicians have been completely rejecting it entirely in order to continue leaning towards corporatism, in the same way that Nazi German politicians continuously were leaning into the system and establishment and status quo there at that time, which very similarly and very comparably also was a situation and system where there were very close ties between state and corporation. Funny how it works. It's almost like, you know, the socialists are the answer here, and would have been the answer a decade or two ago if we actually had a decent movement for it, which isn't necessarily on the people in the movement, but actually on everyone outside of the movement. Literally, like, you can explain something to someone so many times before them just ignoring it. This is a better way to word that. Hang on. You can only explain socialist policy and how it benefits people so many times to have people completely reject socialist policies and ideas that in other contexts they widely approve of, but when you slap the label next to it, then and only then, suddenly on things like healthcare, people go, oh, well, I don't know if I want socialist healthcare. I mean, universal healthcare, that is socialist healthcare. That is socialist healthcare. The best system would be a socialist system that covers everyone, where a private entity does not benefit off of screwing someone over at the end of the day. Period. That would be the better system. It just would not include private capital and private equity in that scenario. Because there are certain scenarios where capitalism doesn't make sense. That is what socialism is. It's a recognition that there are some scenarios where it doesn't make sense to rely on capitalism. And in the sake of public well-being, yeah, no, it doesn't make sense to rely on the private sector. The private sector does not care about public well-being. There's no fucking profit in that, Goofy. You goofballs. There ain't no profit in protecting people. There ain't no profit in not screwing people over. There is profit in screwing people over at every corner. So if you let corporations do that, and let them run systems like healthcare, you're gonna be running your society into the damn ground. Period. Like, I mean, you can have arguments about what considerations should be made within the system, how the system should look, perhaps, and I completely disagree with this, but perhaps we still have some degree of private healthcare, but subsidize it. I disagree with that. I think that would be a ginormous waste of money. I think that would actually, in a sense, only encourage corruption. I think it would be best to just have it be a fully public sector. Like, there should just be no private insurance, no private healthcare. You're just hands down covered by the government. Go to the hospital. You show them your, state-granted Medicare card, and they put it on your account, bill the government, and you're good. You go home, you're good, you're done, there's nothing to pay, nothing. Which is a system they have in many other civilized countries, including many countries that are our top allies. It is not a system that would destroy, harm, or have any negative effect on the American population beyond those who are currently profiting off the current system that only hurts all of us.
But anyway, they wound up in jail soon after the rise of Benito Mussolini and the Italian fascists. And during...
Well, that came out of nowhere. The socialist in the back of my mind just popped out and was like, hey, yo, no, I have something to say here. Shut up, you fucking dumb dog. I got something to say. Shit.
Decade in prison!
Back to me being dumb though.
Gramsci wrote more than 3,000 pages on a host of subjects related to Marxism, politics, history, and culture. These were later published as Quaderni del Carcere, or the Prison Notebooks. Gramsci is primarily celebrated for expanding Marxist theory by focusing on how culture and ideology are used to maintain power. His most notable theories include cultural hegemony and the war.
For an example, okay, great example time. What they're talking about right here is how, for example, we as Americans greatly idolize capitalism. You know, we all have this idea that someday, you know what? I'm gonna be a millionaire. I'm gonna be a billionaire. When in reality, statistically, logically, you aren't. Most of us are not. We're not gonna see the benefits from that system. You, however, would see benefits from a democratic socialist system or an outright socialist system. But this capitalist one, you would not, will not, and will never. Because there is no profit in helping the people.
Of opposition.
And to the point about cultural hegemony and how it's utilized, they utilize this concept that, you know, someday you'll be a millionaire in order to get you to be more lenient towards millionaires and billionaires. In order to get you to think, well, if I don't let billionaires be rich, and if I'm not mad at them for excessively hoarding wealth and doing so probably built off the backs of screwing people over, if I don't let them do that and love that, then, you know, if I'm against that, then someday I'm not gonna be a millionaire, because then I'm voting for scary socialists or something. That's the idea. The general overall idea of cultural hegemony is by having control over how people culturally view things, you can change the direction of resistance. And the way that our government... No, yeah, that works. The way that our government, as well as corporate entities, utilize it, kind of in tandem, is to create that sentiment. That sentiment that, you know, we must benefit the billionaires so that the billionaires can, you know, toss us some little leaflets. You know, they're gonna toss a couple bucks down at us. You know, they're gonna create a job when they get a second fucking mansion or a third fucking mansion. You know, they're gonna hire some people then. Isn't that great? They get like 10 staffers. Maybe they found a company, maybe 100 staffers. Woo! And then billions on the back end or whatever. Like, come on. That isn't actually creating value for Americans. What creates value for Americans is if our GDP goes up, because overall, we as consumers can consume more products because we are being paid better by our employers, and the system is thus functioning better. There should be more money going all around the system. And there have been studies done on that very note. McDonald's, in I believe it was either Norway or Sweden, they did a little experiment where they started paying their workers more, and they discovered that when wages went up, productivity went up, purchasing went up because there was more purchasing power. You know, if you're an employee and you're at work and you're like, well, I have to save my money because I'm getting paid shit, so I'm not buying anything here, then you're not going to get anything there. But if you're an employee there and you're like, I'm getting paid good, I'm gonna fucking grab myself a burgie on the way out, like, it's different. And people are also more willing to go to that location. They're more willing to spend money. Not only that, but they have more money. If you give people more money to spend, shocker, they have more money to spend. And actually, it's not about giving money, it's about literally just increasing the wages that you earn for your work.
His theories remain highly relevant today, and he's one of the most cited Italian authors.
And we can only fight for that as a collective, which is why socialism is inherently important, and why the establishment tries its very damnedest to shunt socialists out of the picture completely.
One of the most celebrated Marxist philosophers of the 20th century. Now, I gotta say, Prison Notebooks was
Really hard to read alone.
me. But you can definitely find reading
Fuck.
groups to study the text more instead of just trying to finish the book, which is what I wanted to do. But anyway, that's Antonio Gramsci. I did pretty good, I think. Okay, bye.
Me?
So
Me.
why do
Me.
so many working class people defend billionaires?
Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos.
Well, Antonio Gramsci says that it's because of something called
Culture. I have no idea what that means.
Gramsci explained that the owning class use hegemonic ideas to gain domination over the working class. They don't do it through force or through coercion.
This is what I was just explaining.
They accomplish it through getting consent from the masses of ordinary people.
I have no idea what that means.
Well, they subtly convince everyone to think that bad things are normal.
Bro is the average fucking American. Bro is the average American, then all these other characters are just me explaining to normies what system they live in and what they are not seeing.
I have no
Which, again, as this video is pointing out, people don't see that. You know, you don't see the hypocrisy? You don't see the hypocrisy of the system, and the ways it doesn't work. Because you constantly live in this society where everyone around you is telling you, no, this is working fine, it's working great. Look around you at all the homelessness. Look around at the crackheads. Everything is great. It's fine. We don't need to resolve issues. Capitalism will do it. Yay! Capitalism! It'll resolve everything just magically. And then it doesn't. But then you keep watching your media, and CNN is always like, well, someday there'll be we're gonna do this, someday this is gonna be resolved, here's how we could, in theory, do it. But no one ever has the real solutions, because the real solutions are usually socialists. Or socialists, rather. Because literally, ideologically, that is just the opposite. That is the resolution here. That is the opposite spectrum to fascism. Is, hey, instead of having a government that benefits corporations and lies and says that it's going to benefit the people at the end of the day, while benefiting corporations the whole of the day, let's have a fucking government that says, let's benefit the fucking people and benefit the people all day, every day. And instead of doing things like eminent domain for corporations, doing eminent domain, for actual public good and services like roads, utilities, etc. Well, utilities that aren't going to data centers, but I digress. We'll get to that story later.
Wait a minute. I understood that. Give me an example.
The dominant ideology of our society is shaped by consumer culture, leading many people to see the pursuit of material possessions as a primary source of happiness and success.
Give me another example.
Lots of people believe that working 50 plus hours a week and barely spending time with your family or doing the things you love just to retire at 65, if you're lucky, is the only way society could work.
Give me another example.
The idea of pulling oneself up by the bootstraps. The idea that you can succeed economically if you just try hard enough. That's a form of common sense that has flourished under capitalism and that serves to justify the system. In other words, if you believe that all it takes to succeed is hard work and dedication, then it follows that capitalism and the social structure that is organized around it is just and valid.
But if I believe that people like Zuckerberg and Bezos have earned their wealth in a just and fair manner, then that means that people
But they
like
haven't.
me who live check
That's
to
why the
check
media
in
projects this,
return
because
to
they haven't.
our impoverished state.
This form of common sense fosters the belief that success and social mobility are strictly the responsibility of the individual, and in doing so, it obscures the real class, racial, and gender inequalities that are built into the capitalist system.
Yes.
Oh my god, this is just like...
And that is another large part of it. Tied into this is racism and how that plays into the system, which, just a fucking example I can think of at the moment on that one. The way that racism plays into our capitalist system is that corporations greatly benefit from the existence of cheaper labor. So as a result, you get things like our shitty migration system, which is something that everyone has a complaint about, whether it be valid or whether it be, I'm a big fat fucking racist. Either fucking way, people got their complaints about it. Point being, the reason that exists is so that corporatists can exploit a lesser class. If we all unite and stand together, if we empower the migrants and make them citizens, that doesn't exist. That secondary underclass that corporatists can underpay for their labor, thus reducing the value of all labor overall, just through, basic fucking economics, then we can actually fucking do something. Then maybe we could get an increase in our wages if we all stood together. I didn't fully tie that in properly, but I think y'all get it. Y'all get the point.
A machine song. Believing all the lies that they're telling you, buying all the products that they're telling you. They say jump and you say how high, your brain dead. You get...
This is a kid show.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So, how do we fight back against this hegemony?
Well, we're doing it right now by learning and sharing that this is not normal. Gramsci called it the war of opposition.
So if we come together and show the working class that a better world is possible, we can create a new collective identity? And an alternative culture?
Yeah?
One that put...
And that's what I'm saying. Every time I fucking speak, I tend to use a very unique language and linguistics where I at times can almost sound like a right-winger in the sense that, I will use terms like, this is un-American, this is, that does it really. That summarizes it. I'll use terms like that. But the way that I am using them is in a very true sense to the values of our country as a land of the free, a land of the brave, a home of migrants, a place built upon hopes and dreams and liberty. Not hatred. I do that in order to take the power from the assholes. That is not theirs. This is not their country. This is all of our country. And it is on all of us to stand together and represent that. And put them in their place and show them what this country really is. A country of migrants, a country of the working class, a country of Americans. Americans not being definable by skin color, race, sexual orientation, or any other feature other than the pure spirit within you of liberty, freedom, democracy, and justice. However, in a true sense. Not in some bullshit, ideological, fucking be right-wing, be a Nazi, be a left-winger even. No, it's just about the truest form of the values of our country, which we no longer represent.
Workers first, profit.
At least in terms of fascists. And frankly, you know what? Even many of the Democratic Party officials, there are some in the Democratic Party that are good. They're the obvious ones that are actually caring and fighting for their values and values that I would consider to be true American values, such as justice and equity for all. But then you have the others.
Know your parasites. Ticks. External parasites.
the fuck?
Remove with tweezers. Worms. Internal parasites. Remove with medication.
What the
Billionaires. Economic parasites. Remove with unions and collective bargaining power. 25% of Americans are going into debt to buy
Base.
groceries with Buy Now, Pay Later program. 47% say the cost of housing is a major stress. 31 million Americans had to borrow $74 billion last year to obtain medical care. But under capitalism, one man gets to be a trillionaire instead of everyone having health care. Collective action and immediate intervention is crucial
This is what we get.
for your health and the health of our community.
We have let this
So
happen.
join the fight against parasites.
Although, to be fair, again,
today.
Technically, we didn't let this happen. The media forced this upon us by keeping us all stupider than sacks of shit in order to fucking benefit the system. So that we keep going, I like the status quo. I mean, I don't really like some of these things going on with that there other party there, whatever that party may be from my perspective, but, my media is just saying it's the other side. So, I mean, it's always just the other side. Keep voting for my guy, and we're good. Don't think critically at all. It ain't about the policy, it's about the guy. It's about the red or blue. And that's part of the problem. Because it ain't about the red or blue. It ain't about the tag. It ain't about fucking what their fucking gamer clan tag in fucking politics is. What matters is fucking their policy. And nobody... okay, well, addendum. There's actually a couple good ones. No fucking politician, no standard politician does that. It is not about policy for standard politicians, but just continuing this game going. Keeping this back and forth of right, left. We'll take a turn with the presidency, then you'll have a turn with the presidency. And we'll keep doing that by having this little tit for tat, where, at the end of the day, neither of us attempt to look at the problems in the country and resolve them, because obviously that would require, taking a look at the system. We can't really do that. We're part of the system that is failing, so you can't do that when you're those politicians. Instead, you just keep going, the other guy, it's you. It's not me that's the problem, it's you. And both sides do that, and they just get a W every other year, because we all get so pissed and disenfranchised that we're like, well, I mean, yeah, I guess I fucking hate you, but I hate the other guy too, so I guess you it is. Each time.
Not fight parasites alone. Collective bargaining power is crucial for the success of labor unions.
And the media is part of that problem, because we could have a better system, we could have better candidates, if the media was looking for them, cared for them, or promoted them, instead of always instantly trying to obliterate them. Like, at the start, like, the second some motherfucker comes out and is like, I stand with the people, I disagree with corporations. The second you say some shit like that, all of a sudden, you get a million fucking CNN articles and whatnot about you, where it's like, so-and-so hates business, so-and-so is declaring war upon the businesses, the private sector is crying, oh, how dare this individual, we need the private sector. The private sector is highly of high import to our GDP and our national wealth. When it isn't. It isn't. It doesn't fucking matter. And also the GDP and shit doesn't affect how everyday people are doing. What affects how everyday people are doing is, I don't know, overall raising wages? Having minimum wage be fucking flat around the country? Having it be illegal to underpay people? Like, I mean, more illegal than it is, I guess? Because, like I just said already, they're still doing it to underpaid migrant workers. We just allow them because, again, they're technically not... We've literally created a system where they technically, on paper, are not citizens, which results in a scenario where they can be exploited, abused, or, as we see in the current system, they can be exploited and abused for corporate greed, and then also fucking have the blood wrung out of them by ICE agents. So that's the thing too.
Members. It empowers workers to negotiate for better wages, benefits, and working conditions, and it helps level the playing field between workers and members of the owning class. Strong bargaining power leads to improved livelihoods, reduced inequality, and a more equitable society.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, Lori!
Hello, my name is Lori, and this is Gramsci was a real smart guy.
Gramsci was a real smart guy and is an Italian communist.
Fuck are we watching?
Oh, he's my favorite Marxist.
Dick.
He started the Partita Comunista Italiano, criticized Mussolini's fascist regime, but then
Based.
they imprisoned him.
Accidentally based.
Doesn't make me wanna cry, 'cause Gramsci was in prison till the day.
No, I'm gonna be so real. That is goals. Literal fucking goals is going to prison for being too fucking woke. Like, for being like, oh, I hate fascism, fuck you, fuck that. I'll take that. Sign me up. Like, where do I sign?
When you were in prison, you didn't sit and do nothing. No, you got out your notebooks and you started.
Like, that, seriously, what I'm saying is, like, that if you end up in a history book, there is only one scenario. Well, okay, there's a couple scenarios it's good. Depends if you, like, discover something, I guess. But, like, when it comes to just, like, getting into history for actions, this is the best way to do it. Like, bro's action for being in history is literally being so fucking anti-fascist and socialist and for the people around him that the government was like, nah, fuck you, you're a problem, you're a threat, you're rallying people to your cause, and your cause is the people themselves. We hate that.
Writing 3,000 pages of analysis. A cultural hegemony, the war of opposition held a humanistic understanding of Marxism, yeah.
I kind of want to sing along, NGL.
Oh, no.
It's so dumb.
It doesn't make me sad. Doesn't
Like, it's
make
so
me
smart
wanna
but dumb
cry.
at the same
Gramsci
time.
wrote those prison notebooks before he
God, it's like
died.
me.
Change my life, Gramsci, you changed my life. Gramsci, you changed my life. Gramsci, you changed my life.
That was Gramsci was a smart man. Okay, thank you.
Literally me.
Did you know that most SNAP recipients work? And most that don't are disabled, elderly, children, or caregivers. But whether you're physically able to work or not, everyone deserves to have their needs met. Our value has nothing to do with how much we produce for others. That's capitalism and ableism making us think that way. SNAP isn't the reason your taxes are high. SNAP recipients don't need to just get a job. Most of them work. People
Yup.
need and deserve assistance. Your taxes are going to tax cuts.
Most people who are on Snap, yeah, I mean, it's right there, but most people who are on Snap do work. It's a very common argument for right-wingers to make that, oh, you know, these people are on welfare, why are they on welfare, just get a job. And it's like, I don't think you understand some fundamentals here. One, you can't get a job if there's no job availability because many jobs have been moved overseas due to outsourcing that we've allowed in order to make goods cheaper, in order so that we can further outsource, because if goods are cheaper, then, you know, people need less money for them, which is really good when, you know, you're paying workers less, when you're giving jobs overseas, and when, you know, you're essentially just letting your country go to shit and letting corporations reap the profit and rape everyone on their way.
The ultra rich and to the weapons being used to commit genocide in Gaza. You think your neighbors are cheating the system by spending their SNAP
Profit-wise,
benefits on
so to
junk
speak.
food? It's billionaires buying boats with the money made off of our labor who are cheating the system. Corporations like Walmart keep wages low so work.
It's a very, like, mundane example of, like, critique, but I do think there is value, for some anyway, in showing, like, the dichotomy between the wealthy and the non-wealthy, and the hypocrisy. But I will say, I do feel like it isn't always necessary. Like, I kind of, hot take, kind of critical here, but I don't think it's necessary to include Jeff Bezos' yacht here. Plus, I feel like people have this built-up wall to that. Because, how do I word this? I feel like people have an innate resistance to an argument that feels cherry-picked. Like, it just feels like that's been used too many times, but at the same time, it feels like it's also cherry-picked. Like, it's like a very overpicked cherry that is kind of starting to rot right now. It's not the strongest point.
Qualify for SNAP and Medicaid, then take tax credits for it. Those same workers spend their checks back at Walmart, feeding the same machine that underpays them.
This, though, brilliant.
That's not a business model.
This is classic.
Loop of exploitation. This is a perfect example to show that poor people aren't the problem.
Yeah. Shocker.
Billionaires.
People existing isn't a problem.
Everything that stinks is because billionaires exist.
In short.
So Minnie, can we please do a recap of the meaning of cultural hegemony?
Well,
Wait,
Now, does that mean that in an ideal system where they are getting taxed at a reasonable rate, 60 to 70%, as it was in, I believe it was like the 60s and 70s, did not mean to do that, but that was absolutely a 6-7 moment. Wait a minute, hang on. Do I? How do I not? I don't have the 6-7 soundbite. Of all things to add and not add to my soundboard, that is the most topical soundbite. Alright, whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna be real. I completely derailed myself of what I was saying with that dumbassery right there, so I guess I'm done with that.
explain it to me like if I was a baby.
So, it's a term developed by Antonio Gramsci, and he uses hegemonic ideas.
I'm already lost.
It's just rich people convince the working class that you gotta pick yourself up by your own bootstraps.
They tricked all of us to think that the only way to feel joy is to own a bunch of useless fancy toys.
They got us to think that working 60 hours a week is normal, even though you never get to see your own family. Oh no!
They're trying to tell us that all these bad things are normal, you see.
Yup, and that's cultural hegemony.
It's so bad, but I kind of love it. Like, my ears... Like, you know the fucking furry meme with the cheese grater? That's what my ears feel like right now, but it's also good. It's a weird feeling.
See you next episode. Thanks for
I think this is gonna be how we start our Monday streams from now on. I'm probably just gonna fucking watch this every Monday, because I would assume it comes out on Sunday. Alright, a little bit more fun here, and then we get to a little bit more serious. I mean, just kidding. Super serious news.
That's what many are calling the significant
Super serious.
milestone reached by the World Meteorological Association today with the release
Very
of their
real.
last ever annual climate change report. The world's foremost climatologists gathered one final time for posterity to once again warn humanity about ever-increasing global temperatures before finally hanging it up for good.
All reports on rising global temperatures.
This is such a vibe. Every day I wake up and go outside into the sweltering heat in an environment that should be temperate historically. I'm just like, We're literally cooked. We're literally cooked.
Might not have had the impact we'd hoped for, but we truly enjoyed making them. This one's for all the people who have been with us since the beginning. We gave it everything we got. It feels good.
In addition to 37 million pages from previous reports no one paid attention to, the WMA says this final study also contains invaluable information for any civilizations that might inhabit the planet in the future.
You can have something good to say, but that doesn't mean anyone's gonna want to fucking listen.
We're all gonna sign it.
A tonal departure from their past work, the last report also includes more experimental statistics, like the percentage of people who will give a shit about any of this, as well as an exhaustive list of all the animals that are...
Literally just me. The percentage is just me.
Something I should have done a long time ago. Will you marry me?
What the hell?
What the hell?
Beautiful ending. All right, coming up next, it's the side hustle that could be making you millions. Hear why more homeowners are turning their old septic tanks into Airbnbs.
In perilous times of great uncertainty, across every corner of a helpless world filled with terror and lies, the truth will be shouted by the only cable news channel you can trust.
Terror Zone, Vatican City, ungrateful colonies. No, I want to roll that back. Hang on. You know, fuck it. I won't. But oh my god,
I saw
all
this
the little
come
extra
on
shit.
my feed recently, and I wanted to talk about it because I've made videos about.
All right. I should segue into this though. Hang on. I should at least segue. Let me buy myself a segue here real quick. Do. Well, actually, what time are we at? We're actually already at 51 minutes. We're almost at break time. So, actually, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take a break now. Because when I'm doing commentary, I kind of don't want to, like, walk away in the middle of a video and do a break. I'm going to go do my hourly smoke break. And I'll be back in a bit. I mean, technically, I could do the full streamer brain thing and just leave up a video, but I don't like doing that. It feels unethical. It's like my least favorite thing to do. Like, I've done it occasionally, but every time I do it, I just like, it feels more icky than sitting here and like, I forget what I was gonna say. Oh, like when I'm just like not, like when my brain's like not clicking, and I'm just like not, you know what? My brain's doing the thing. When I just don't yap as desired. Anyways, I'm gonna go take a quick smoke break. I will be back in a bit. My lord, I am hot and sweaty. Oh, I should get coffee. I also did not set a timer. Get that little timer going. One thing I will do, I will put some music on. That is the one thing that I will do. Oh, you know what? I should also... pop that off while I'm finding a thing. Or I could just pop something on that. No. I was gonna say I could pop something on that I could just... No. I literally was just saying I don't like doing that. And I don't. Actually, shit, where's the song I usually put on? I'll just do that. Oh, why am I clicking all the wrong things? No, I don't want all of my subscriptions open so that then I have to scroll all the way to the bottom. I want to go to the playlist. I want to go to my playlists. Thank you. Free. Yeah. Oh, wait, actually. even more topical, I'm gonna pick a song from my public state of emergency playlist, which is my like political playlist. Now, is that definitely gonna mean this section of the VOD is gonna be fucking nuked? Probably. But you know what? That's also why I'm low-key yapping here. Give some space in between the moments. The content and the part that's gonna be fucking nuked. Let's see. Do we want to listen to Gorillas? That is what I'm considering. Ooh, or Kneecap. Ooh, I do like that song. No, you know what? Classic. That's a classic. We're gonna go with that one. We're gonna go, okay, I got it. I know what song I'm gonna play while I go smoke. I don't know if there's a better version of this. I've tried to find it myself, but as far as I know, there's not a better version, only the one that they did live. Here we go. Put this on for y'all. Assuming I can find the right fucking thing. Let's see, commentary. Oh, why do I have the breaking news thing up? That shouldn't be up. Oh! I just noticed something with my hotkeys. I have to change some hotkeys. There's some asset stuff going on. I have something double bound that I did not realize would end up conflicting. Either way. Got that up. Or wait, no, I don't need that. I just need this to be on the BRB screen, but then we'll just actually turn that back on. Make sure there's nothing wacky, wumpus in the fucking... Oh! Or do we listen to that one? You know what? We'll listen to them both. I'll do like a 5-6 minute break. Actually 5. I'll probably be back before then, but I'm definitely going to want to listen to both of these songs. I know that much. All the back. I almost took my fucking earbud out. What's the whole point?
negotiate with terrorists. There's more of us than them, and so they're scared of us. We do not negotiate with terrorists. There's more of us than them, and so they're scared of us. It's America versus Donald Trump. He could get the horse, it would never be enough. How much fucking blood does it really fucking cost to protect the fucking pedophile sitting at the top? Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck ICE! Fuck
I'm trying to get text on screen. You know what? Why don't I just use my words? I'm gonna smoke real quick. I also want to get the, that's not what I wanted to do.
Say I was just doing what I'm told. Ice about to get real cold. Followers into hell. But for every cent that you earned yourself. Dogs, every fucking Asian, Freddy when
Oh, I guess I didn't change the font.
Every time we get too loud with the truth, a city gets 1,000 more troops. I know the future don't seem too bright, but everything screams right before it dies.
Hang on, I'm doing a little bit of backup there. Not really.
Fuck 'em.
What the f...
There's a great and a
I
bloody
don't...
fight around this whole world tonight. In the battle of bombs and shrapnel rain, Hitler told the world around he would tear our union down. But our union's gonna break them slavery chains. And our union's gonna break them slavery chains. I walked up on a mountain in the middle of the sky.
Oh my lord, if I...
Every farm
Okay.
and every town.
Hello?
I could see all the people in this whole wide world. That's a union that'll tear the fascists down, down, down.
Choice.
That's a union that'll tear the fascists down. When I think of the men and the ships going down while the Russians fight on across the Don, there's London in ruins and Paris in chains. Good people, what are we waiting on? Good people, what are we waiting on?
Hello? You should have an outline.
And the mighty Chinese vets, the allies, the whole wide world around.
Oh.
Battling British thanks, you can have 10 million Yanks if it takes them to tear the
I see what I did.
down, down, down. If it takes them to tear the fascists down. But
Wait,
when I
there's still
think
no outline
of
there.
the
Hey.
ships and the men going down and the Russians fight
You know what?
across
Fuck it.
the Don, there's London in ruins and Paris in chains. Good people, what are we waiting on? Good people, what are we waiting on? So I thank the Soviets and the mighty Chinese vets, the Allies, the whole wide world around. To the battling British thanks, you can have 10 million Yanks if it takes them to tear
I didn't get
the
coffee.
fascists down,
I'm dumb.
down,
I didn't get coffee. I'm
if it
so
takes
dumb.
them to tear the fascists
Whatever.
down.
Smoky time. I literally have not even had my morning smoke yet. Because I didn't want to be too stoned and sleepy at the start of stream. Especially where I was going to be doing commentary today. This is one thing to be a little stoned when I'm fucking gaming. But like for commentary, I gotta be on point. For actually gaming, I gotta be on point too. But it actually helps with gaming. Not with commentary. But also, this pup needs a puff. I'm so fucking slow at packing the bowl. I will see y'all in like 30 years. Literally, my partner is always like, you pack a bowl so fucking slow.
effortlessly moral webbed, while new hates misforged the swords that cut themselves across the neck. I don't love it, I don't hate it, I don't even know what's real. Yeah, the more I understand, the more misunderstood I feel. I don't fight now, I'm alright now. It may be I never learn. They say rise up from the ashes. Why'd you ever have to burn?
Alright guys, I'm finally at the point where I'm putting the fucking weed in the bowl.
With the lizard's disposition,
Only took me, what, 5 minutes to get to this point?
dress, Lord, they synthesize the genuine. We all were wedding guests. Hairless wolves, worn desperate sheep. Revelations, raptures nigh. The benevolence of predators will always blow my mind. I don't love it, I don't hate it, I don't even know what's real. Yeah, the more I understand, the more misunderstood I feel. I don't fight now, I'm alright now. It may be I never learn. They say rise up from the ashes. Why'd you ever have to burn?
Okay. Oh, that's right, I've used fucking matches. My fucking lighter died on me. I'm stuck using fucking matches. Which I resent, because matches... If you're a smoker, like, this is, like, a pet peeve. Like, matches are terrible. Like, they're just difficult to use, they're gross. Yeah. I gotta make sure I have a spot for it. It's a hassle. You gotta let the fucking stupid ass, like, chemical shit burn off the top first, but then the fire is chasing your finger. I hate matches.
Tore off in search of jewels. Where's the manhunt for our reason? The future rests in hands of fools. When that kismet asteroid hits, bury me down in the crater. You can scream at the abyss. The abyss returns the favor. I don't love it, I don't hate it, I don't even know what's real. Yeah, the more I understand, the more misunderstood I feel. I don't fight now, I'm alright now. It may be I never learn. They say rise up from the ashes. Why'd you ever have to burn? I don't love it, I don't hate it, I don't even know what's real. Yeah, the more I understand, the more misunderstood I feel. I'm alright now, I don't fight now.
Alright, that's enough vibes though after this song. Although, I do love the next song. Literally, this is my playlist for like I actually made this low-key kind of for streaming. For these moments. Alright, we're gonna get back to the commentary now. After I fucking cough my lungs out real quick, hang on. I think I'm good. I think I'm good? Alright. I did not get coffee, but it's fine. That can wait till my next break. Is what it is. Oh, I should not be tabbing. Kind of a bit late to recognize that, but Wait, what the fuck is my key for this? Oh boy. This is gonna get interesting. I already struggle to remember my hotkeys half the time, and every time I smoke, it's... Oy vey. Oy vey. Wait, where the fuck is the tab? Also, wait, why did that open 2 tabs? Confused? Anyways. If you could see my thoughts right now, it literally would be like an image of them leaving my brain and green smoky weed clouds moving on in. Like... Bruh.
Past.
Hey, which hotkey is that? I'll remember it eventually.
Bruh.
There we go. I got it. I got it, guys. I found it. I gotta remember to use these. Like, part of my problem, though, is right now, like, I have this little cheat sheet for my sound effects on the side, and it's kind of falling apart on me right now.
And
anyways. Switch to the commentary screen. Get that off. Turn that on. Oh, yeah, that's actually very not good that I have that bound to that. Because if I want to do a breaking news thing now, it's kind of fine. I kind of want to rework that element / asset anyway. Anyways, whatever. I'm yapping about back-end shit.
I gotta talk about it again. So if I say the phrase to you, X-Men were always political, what does that phrase mean? To me, that phrase means that since their inception, there was the underlying understanding that there is a political message that could be pulled out of this very easily. Whether that was the original artist intent is less important than the fact that it clearly demonstrates and communicates that. And subconscious thoughts are also an important part of the art process. And sometimes
I'm trying to think of something funny to do for the headline or something interesting, and I can't.
That said, there are no more submissions in the fan art contest area, so we are instead going to talk about fan art that has been submitted into
/ if I could
fan art area. And
like I have a fucking that's a fucking great moment to pause that. What are the odds? What are the odds? What the fuck is happening on screen?
This one
on pause.
is from PJ Meows. Said mental health has kept me from drawing for a while, but Rob Learn made a request. Brain went burr and this feels good. Virgin Killer Sweater Flames. I do not understand, but yeah. You know, what does Virgin Killer Sweater Flames mean? Please tell me what Virgin Killer Sweater Flames means.
When the fucking OP of the channel doesn't know what you mean in your channel referential shit is the best. Like, and the fact that, like, I'm like, I don't know what that means, and then this motherfucker's like, yeah, I'm gonna be real, this is fan art for me, but I don't know what the fuck that means, bro. Ayo, what the fuck? But also cool, though. Like, what am I looking at?
Anyway, as always, thank you for your submissions. If you want your fan art to be shown in a future video, the best way to do so is drop it into the
Hey,
fan art
why
section
does bro
of the
look
Discord.
perched up in the background like
Let's
that?
go ahead and talk about this. Said only a dumbass cries about X-Men being woke.
Oh, I forgot to fucking
change
change
this
the
is from
headline thing.
Cosmic Book News. Now, Cosmic Book News is a right-wing media source that talks about nerd stuff, largely in a way to try to push the culture war. So let's go ahead and see what they have to say. The most repeated piece of X-Men lore ever told is a myth, and it just got debunked by one of the men who built the franchise. All right? So, let's quickly point out that the person that he's talking about is John Byrne. And John Byrne got involved with X-Men in one of its most popular runs of all time. But that run began somewhere around issue 100. Now, I don't know about you, but that doesn't sound like the first issue to me. That doesn't sound like if that is from the very beginning, then
Yeah, no, I'm real. This is something that I'm not fully informed about, despite, the comic book and fucking American aspect of it is new to me in the sense that I've gained an appreciation for American superhero content through the fact that I love My Hero Academia, and actually, historically, before I was exposed to, anything other than, Western content, I was kind of into Spider-Man. I definitely had a phase. Wait, no, there was a phase. No, there definitely was a Spider-Man phase. Now that I think upon it, there was a Spider-Man phase. However, point being, I'm new to, the historical realm of comics and whatnot, and their importance and how they tie into things. But even prior to now, this is something that I was well aware of, that the Marvel comics actually at points get pretty political, pertaining to the next video, actually, in the sense that they do not support genocide and do not justify it by any means or in any scenario. And there is a character that I think it's Magneto, but I'm not sure, which actually that's a reason to play Mag. But essentially he has this line where he's really anti-fascist, including anti-Zionist, anti-Z word, anti an ideology that is akin to fascism that apparently is now illicit to say in order to criticize the ideology. That's a whole fun other topic. But anyway, I digress on that for now.
Damn near anything from the old golden age of comics can be from the very beginning. John Byrne.
But yeah, my point being there just is that, this is something that even I've heard of. I have heard of this. I am aware of this. I don't know how many other people aren't and are, in ways offended, so to speak, by it. Which I'm not sure what there's to be offended about. They don't support genocide. There's nothing offensive about that. They have a character who has lines criticizing genocide.
The legendary artist behind the Dark Phoenix saga and Days of Future Past sat down with the New York Times last week to promote his new alternative reality hardcover X-Men.
Unless they're going for a different direction. Bro could be going a completely different direction with this, but I'm assuming that is the fucking connection being made here, to be fair.
Along the way, he casually detonated the origin story fans have been repeating for 50 years, that Stan Lee created the X-Men as a metaphor for the Civil Rights Movement. Very convenient now that Stan Lee is dead and cannot speak for himself.
Yeah,
Professor X
some of that I don't know
Magneto
about.
is Malcolm X. According to Byrne...
See, that I don't know about. Frankly, this angle of it, I don't know about. But they do historically have many moments where they are quote-unquote woke, and in proper fucking analysis with more than one brain cell, fucking logical. I smoke too much. I've smoked too much to be criticizing stupidity. Bruh. My own 2 brain cells fucking just walked out the fucking back door. So maybe I should hush up on anything like that right now, but...
Framing came later, and Stan simply went along with it. Okay, hold on. Interesting note about that, because I have a quote for you for later. Said it's pronounced Byrne? Okay, cool. Byrne tells the Times that anyone who actually reads the earliest issues will see a very different template. Charles Xavier is Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and Magneto is Hitler. He says, pointing out that the early Magneto is even draped in Nazi trappings. Per Byrne, fans persuaded Stan Lee that he had been writing a racism allegory all along, and Stan's response was essentially, sure, why not? Now, remember, this is the same Stan Lee that, after making Spider-Man, said, oh yeah, it's really cool that he has a mask on because that means anybody can be Spider-Man. which meant later we got Spider-Man like Miles Morales and then the like 100 different Spider-Men from the Spider-Verse. Was that the intention all along? Maybe, maybe not. But was that something that we managed to get very early on? Yes. Early enough so that you could even say from the very beginning, Spider-Man was made with the mask so that anybody could be behind the mask. Even if the idea of anybody could be behind the mask if it came later. Tal says, but Magneto was a Jewish Holocaust survivor? We'll get to that.
Yeah?
We'll get to that.
See, that's what I was referring to, and also why my expression very promptly changed here to just pure confusion? Because bro is literally a Jewish Holocaust survivor that at one point criticizes the state of Israel, I'm pretty sure. Like, TLDR. So, what? Huh? That is some wild shit. But that actually fucking computes with the weird logic these days. Because you got people out here just saying fucking weird shit these days in order to fucking drop defenses for questionable states to a point where it's difficult to critique these questionable states. And to a point where I say that and I feel like I could just see a million fucking, like, potential offshoots of someone, like, hearing that and being like, what do you mean questionable state? Are you saying that they don't have the right to exist? Are you saying that the people don't have a right to live? It's like, no, I am not. Nowhere near that. But I can see a million people saying that fucking shit, because that's kind of the direction things have gone these days. You say fucking one thing, and people take it and turn it into another.
Per Burn, fans persuaded Stan Lee that he had been writing a racism allegory all along. Stan's response was essentially, sure, why not? That should sound familiar. It's the same pattern that produced every X-Men were always political argument you've ever seen online in the past decade. Now, do you notice the bait and switch that happened there? Because I noticed the bait and switch that happened there.
Yeah.
We went from the X-Men is a racism allegory specifically to the X-Men was always political, vaguely. Did you see that happen there in the 2 sentences?
Which, frankly, you know what this kind of is? In short, I think this might be them trying to be like, oh yeah, it's political, it's cool, it's woke, but let's appease the lobby, the Z-word lobby. You know, let's appease that. Which also, side note, the fact that I have to say shit like Z-word, ironically, that makes it sound bad. Like, but that's what they are forcing. That's like what, and that's the point. So that anytime you critique them, it looks fucking bad, because you're critiquing something vague, because you can't say it directly, because you say it directly, a million people are going to get offended, but if you say it indirectly, then a million people are still going to get offended, so it drives one crazy to a point where sometimes you're like, you know what? Take me. The fuck? Beam me up, Scotty.
Caught it. The mutant metaphor did not start out as a statement about race, and it did not start out as a statement about LGBTQ identity either. Right. But there was that whole moment where a virus was happening to mutants, and it was supposed to be completely allegorical to the AIDS epidemic. That was a thing. Maybe read. Anyway,
I didn't even know that. But that's kind of my point here as well, in a sense, is that they're literally ignoring the actual values that have been there in order to have these pretend values that weren't really there. And it's very stupid. Like, I've smoked too much to, like, go much further than this right now, but that's fucking moronic. Like, what it brings to mind is the fucking bullshit that they're trying to jam into Marvel Rivals, where they're like, oh, you know, fucking, we've reworked the Hood, you know, he's a Puerto Rican immigrant. Like, it's this shit where they don't even know what they're fucking talking about, to a point where they'll get shit wrong and call fucking, like, people that are from an American territory an immigrant. That's America. It's a territory, but it's America. Like, I mean, I guess technically they do have different rights and whatnot as a territory, but, like, maybe they do technically have to immigrate on paper. I don't know, maybe that's the distinction there. But they're still technically not an immigrant. But my point being there is they don't know what they're fucking talking about, and they jam it in there to be like, oh, look how good we're being, look how woke we are, look how, like, with it we are, and it's nothing. It means nothing. It means less than it did when it genuinely meant something, when it was, like, probably some fucking union fucking person working on the fucking comics. Now it's like a bunch of fucking dudes in an office, and it's like, well, we've lost the plot. Quite literally, we've lost the plot.
Superhero book about outsiders. Okay? And readers poured their own meaning into it. It's also not something limited to a...
And that's from someone just getting into that shit, and, like, just with glancing knowledge and being able to be like, wait a minute. Bro is equating Magneto to Hitler. Magneto is a Holocaust survivor, and I'm pretty sure he's Jewish, which I didn't say because I didn't want to fucking, like, throw that out there. Like, and like, you know, that's the type of shit where it's like, you don't want to fucking, if you have a room full of people, you don't look at them and the first thing you do is pick out details like that. So I didn't want to pick out a detail like that. But, yeah, bro is literally a Jewish Holocaust survivor that criticizes Israel. And they're trying to say he's a Nazi. I like, how could you lose the plot so much? Like, I have glancing knowledge of this shit. And even I was able to instantly be like, that doesn't fucking make sense. Like, what, do you know your own shit? Like, I barely know your shit, but I know it better somehow. What?
Small segment of the population. It's something that all fans can relate to. That's the point. So, did you catch the other thing that happened there? You know when somebody says Black Lives Matter and their
Corpa.
response is all lives matter?
Corpa.
This is that. But again, he didn't just want people to relate to it because of race. He wanted everybody to relate to it. Yeah, so, you know, I'm not gay, but if I...
Such fucking bullshit. Which is... Here's the thing, it's bullshit because it's like, everyone already does. You don't need to do this shit. You don't need to do this shit. Like, at the simplest level, they're also doing what they need to do. Like, I would say, like, for example, it's cool, like, that there's different, like, skins in Marvel Rivals, and frankly, hot take, I don't know if I've noticed this. Actually, I think I've noticed a couple, and you can definitely only do it one way and not the other. But, well, I don't know, there could be some bad from that. I mean, I'm gonna finish my thought, but I think in order to bring out more representation into, like, video games and fucking in general, they should add fucking different skins to Rivals where you can have fucking, you know, fucking black Batman, wow, don't quote me on that. No one look at that. I picked the one other superhero that's on my brain at any given moment, and that happened to be it. That happened to be it. Do not look at me like that. No. We're reversing that. That didn't happen. I almost... Bruh. I almost said Superman. What the fuck is wrong with me? Pick any other one, Brain. You have so many you can say, and you know them. Pick one you know, then. Pick what you know, sweetie. Just like Rivals, roll with what you know. Fucking pep talking myself after that. Jeez, okay. What was I saying? They should add different skins for different characters that you can, like, play fucking as, you know, the Human Torch, but if in a universe where he's black. Like, shit like that. Fucking, yeah. Like, I don't know about white. White would be weird. And that's what I meant by, like, doing it the other way would be weird, probably. And frankly, it is a little weird white to black, because then there's the whole discussion with, like, is that blackface? Is that black video game skin face? Like, I don't have the complexion to consider that, so I don't know, but I think representation is good, and I think maybe that's an idea. God, it's so awkward to be white sometimes and be an ally of everything and everyone. I'm sorry.
See two people in a relationship that's gay and they're happy for one another, I can relate to that because I think that it's good that people can be happy. It may not be written for me because I am not the gay, but I can still relate to it. I think the only person who can't relate to something simply because it does not have a perfect one-to-one to their lived circumstances is because they have a very shallow mind to begin with. Byrne even cites the late Marvel writer and editor Roger Stern on the real appeal. The fans saw themselves in the X-Men because the X-Men were outsiders who only hung out with their own kind. And then it talks about Elsewhen taking a shot at Frank Miller's Wolverine. Neat. Okay, cool. So, the entire point of this whole article was to try to kibosh the idea that the X-Men was always political. Now, again, I believe that our subconscious thoughts influence our writing as much as our conscious ones, and therefore,
so is it
if you are
they're going woke but not woke?
People,
I'm so.
It can
what
always
are they doing?
be about that thing, even if it was only in your subconscious while you wrote it. As an example, I don't necessarily believe that the writers behind Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds wanted to make a conversation about class struggle specifically in the Marxism sense. But they still made a very compelling story about class struggle in Neo-Domino City regardless. So, here we are. Also, just a real quick thing so we can talk about who we're talking about here. This is from Bridging the Geekdoms. In the age of superhero universes and franchise war rooms, quality entertainment journalism matters, yet one site has been increasingly cited in rumor circles and built its brand on alarmist headlines, internal insider quotes, and sweeping verdicts, and that site is Cosmic Book News. Today we're going to have a detailed look at how CBN frames James Gunn and the DC Universe and how it claims frequently either fail to materialize or are outright contradicted by the most reliable reporting. The goal here is not to attack fandom, but to call for better source discipline and clearer distinction between rumor and fact. So it's going in specifics about the James Gunn situation. I'm not really worried about that. I just wanted to show you that the idea behind Cosmic Book News, in nerd circles, they are considered a right-wing source. Now, real quick, here's a set of quotes from an interview with Stan Lee. Question: were you aware that Professor X is more like Martin Luther King and Magneto is more like Malcolm X? Was there a conscious projection there? Stan Lee responds, I think it was certainly an unconscious feeling.
That's not my cursor.
And I never felt
Don't
Magneto
blame me,
was 100%
it's not my
bad.
cursor.
I mean,
I tried
there were
moving
reasons
my
why he
cursor,
felt that
it's
way,
his.
but it was just up to
It's
Professor
theirs,
X to find some way to make him understand that he was on the wrong track. And the whole civil rights metaphor that ended up being the defining metaphor for the X-Men. Did that come along in the first few issues?
Final answer,
Direct
theirs.
Quote from Stan Lee. It came along the minute I thought of the X-Men and Professor X. I realized that I had that metaphor, which was great. It was given to me as a gift, because it made the stories more than just good guys fighting a bad guy. Now, the argument against this largely comes from articles like this one, where Stan Lee points out that the reason that he did what he did with the X-Men, the reason that he made them what they were, is he wanted to make a big superhero team. But he couldn't conceive of a way easily that every member of this team had gotten their superpowers. So he took the lazy way out. They were all born with them. But because he took that lazy way out, it inadvertently meant that he had an out.
This is kind of a stream side note, but I just realized I don't have the stat pan on this overlay, so we're back to the regular camera. I missed the stat pan. I might add the stat pan to this overlay. Although, I actually get to tweak this overlay a bit. There's just, I don't know. I'm not fully fond of it. There's just something about it that I don't quite like. And I think I just realized what it is. And I think I know exactly how I can change it in a very simple way that will make it look good. I just need to take and at about a 45-degree angle or so, chop the the right bottom edge of the top header background, and then the subheader background, but probably like slightly offset to the towards the middle a little bit, so that there's like kind of a sort of like this going on. Actually, wait, other way. Where do I position my hands here for whatever? I can't display it because my brain cannot compute where to put my hands when flipped via the camera. But yeah, anyway, I digress, but also should actually low-key high-key make note of that, because that actually is a good idea, so hang on. I'm gonna put that in my, like, stream to-do shit. Because literally that will elevate this. That will take this to a point where I can put the stat pan on here, and the stat pan will also look fine. Although I do, there are some other tweaks I want to make too. But, I digress. 1 second. Let me turn my camera off and do this real quick. Enjoy Shuris's cute little face. A-do-do. A-do-do. Stream do-do. Why am I singing? Oh my god, so many graphical things to do. I literally, oh my god, I have so much back-end shit to do for stream because I keep adding shit to my list, and I just have this ever-growing list that I also never cross things off of, so some of it I may have completed and should go through to remove, but also most of it I would say most of it I haven't, but some of it I have. And also a lot of it is stuff that I kind of, like, might not want to do. Like, I have an idea for a channel mascot, but I'm kind of like, I don't think I need that. Like, I don't think I need that. I mean, the mascot is just my Sona. Ace, so, yeah. It could be cute and fun to design a mascot, though, which I think is why I was thinking of it mostly. But I don't think I need it. What the fuck? Oh, I remember. Edit. Not edit. That's a weird way to word that. I'm gonna not understand that. I'm gonna be like, what do I mean by edit? Revise. What the fuck do I call this graphic even? News headline graphic. Revise nude headline graphic? Revise new headline graphic. Or wait. News headline. There we go. There we go. I forgot the S. I forgot the S. Revised news headline graphic. Guys, I'll get there. Shut up. I'll get there. 45. Actually, I mean, to an angle. I'll just say to an angle. On the bottom right side of both header and subheader PG with a dagger in distance horizontally between the two. Horizontally, right? Yeah. Horizontally is like, yeah. Okay. Literally, W ding noted.
Allegory for people who would stay in the closet instead of showing people who they were. He had an allegory for people who were disparaged because of the circumstances of their birth, as opposed to things that had happened to them.
I'm gonna do the thing.
So
I'm walking away.
When Stan Lee says it was a gift, it's because he's acknowledging he had an unconscious feeling about the story he was writing, the story he was making, the characters he was helping create, and in so doing, the metaphor stuck. And he even points out it was there from the very beginning. Now, would it have been perfect in the very beginning? Probably not. And yeah, there were certain additions that were added later, like Magneto being Jewish and a Holocaust survivor. Katini, thank you for reaching Stream Streak. We can agree on all that. So remember, Scott's a child of 2 dads, technically 3, but let's be honest, we don't count the pirate father. So when I see articles like this, not this one, this one, trying to argue that, X-Men wasn't always political because it wasn't specifically a race allegory. Right. It was not intended to be a race allegory. The guy who made it pointed out it was an unconscious decision and recognized that, it can easily be that the entire time. You know what? That works. And then continues to write it like that. Which means that not only did they shift the conversation from it's not about race to it's not political, which is very different, those are 2 different claims, but it became an allegory for race so early on in its run, so early on that it predates Burns by several years, that the statement, it was always political and it was always about race, is as valid as his statement that it was never that. When, again, his run started later. It also could easily be that his understanding of what Stan Lee said is simply different than our understanding of what he said. And it could also be that Cosmic Book is taking the quotes and doing the whole quote mining thing that everybody loves. Aha! We found something that seems to end wokeness forever. Use it. Old Gus says, it can be race, it can be religion, it can be disability. Funny thing, that's something Tolkien, something allegory, something. I mean, wasn't Tolkien famous for saying that allegories are for cowards? Wasn't that something that he was big on as well? But anywho, I just found this entire thing really funny. Dry says, I've heard a canon where Gambit and Rouge are a T for T couple, and I've been meaning to consume more X-Men content. Justice says something like that, but he loved to use them. I think it's more that trying to hide something in allegory is a move done by cowards, whereas simply utilizing allegory as a literal tool is not necessarily something for cowards. Chapagio says, what is T for T? A trans person with a trans person. Straight trans woman dating trans mask guy, or trans lesbian or trans bisexual person dating somebody who's transitioned to the gender that they are as well. It's one of those things where, like, years ago, there was this weird idea in conservative circles where, like, if trans women are women, why don't trans men date them? Why do they need the cis people to date them? And, like, the entire trans community just basically unanimously went, you didn't know T for T was a thing, and then suddenly it stopped being a talking point really quickly. Katini says, I think he was commenting on the Narnia books. Oh no, he definitely was. He was very critical of Narnia, despite the fact that his friend at the time wrote it. Anywho, I just wanted to go ahead and cover that because I thought it'd be fun, because it just... Years ago, I did a video on this after researching the whole X-Men origin thing, and it's just funny to see people try to rubber band away from reality. Probably the best way to put it. But yeah, here we are. Hey, you made it to the end. I want to give an extra thanks to the patrons who allow me to do this full time. I want to thank Aaron Rail, Astral, Britzkrieg, Jemshin, Poundini, Red Joker, Victoria, Jonas, Craig, Tarika, Fireshard, Smiling GM, John, Dren Hadamada, Creeper, Sagitta, you know I'm not saying that last part, Sylvie Snow, Valis of Seraph, Ottoman Angel, Rooster Rachel, and Fire Panda, who are all my $20 and up patrons.
You are an 88-year-old survivor of the Holocaust from Hungary. Do you believe what's happening in Gaza is a genocide?
Don't talk with anyone who doubts it.
Your father was sent to a concentration camp.
My family lost 15 members to Auschwitz.
How did you come across the issue of Palestine?
As a result of my visit to Israel, to my horror, I found that every member of my family, they were all racist by then.
Towards Arab?
Yes.
What is it like to be a Jewish Holocaust survivor who is accused, I'm sure you are, of being anti-Semitic?
In 1944, what I saw then was a byproduct of two armies fighting. And what I see in Gaza is deliberate destruction. It's even worse.
What would you say to someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, who says, I'm fighting on behalf of all Jews? For more than 2 years now, supporters of Israel have insisted that calling what's happening in Gaza a genocide is a modern-day blood libel against Jewish people. To accuse Jews, the victims of the greatest genocide of all time, of perpetrating a genocide against others, well, that's offensive. That's anti-Semitic, they say. Well, is it? The consensus of genocide scholars is that it is a genocide. But who better to ask about the genocide in Gaza? Not a genocide scholar, but an actual Holocaust survivor. Joining me now is 88-year-old Stephen Kaposh. Stephen, thanks so much for coming on Zateo.
Hello, thank you for inviting me.
So you are an 88-year-old survivor of the Holocaust from Hungary, and you have been speaking out against what's happening in Gaza for over 2 years now here in the UK. You've become a very well-known activist at demonstrations on the media.
Yeah.
Do you believe what's happening in Gaza is a genocide?
Oh my god, this is an absolute fucking side note, but I went out for a fucking smoke. Dog, you know, dog's out there doing her dog stuff. And this dog, she does not know how to pee. She pees. I kid you not. Hang on. I can't really tilt my camera. I have, like, THC marijuana stuff over here. But, like, she fucking... So, like, okay, let me just use my hands. Let's say that, you know, this is her. This is her booty. Okay? When she pees, and this is the ground. When she pees, instead of going like this, you know, like, kind of like getting a little close, she just does this. She just fucking puts her ass right on the ground and pees. She's like a fucking flamingo. She's so nasty. My nasty, dirty girl. What the fuck? I've politely yelled at her. I have literally tried to show her how to pee. Like, not like whipping my own thing out, but like, literally like, just like, you know, like crouching and trying to show her like, you know, you're not supposed to touch your butt to the ground. She just, it doesn't compute, and she's like, I must sit to pee. I swear we need to get her like a little dog like outdoor potty for her to go in. That way she's not like fucking risking an infection. She's so special.
Absolutely. In fact,
my special
I
baby.
think it is so obvious that I really don't talk about, don't talk with anyone who doubts it. Because it's an absolute red line. It's so obvious.
You see people who deny the Gaza genocide akin to Holocaust deniers. You don't engage with them. They're deniers.
Yes, correct. We have a small group, the Holocaust Survivor and Descendants Against the Genocide in Gaza. It's a long title, but it does explain what's on.
It's an important name, I think.
Yes, and we, as you probably know, we stand by the side of the big marches, and we have extremely warm reception invariably. People are sometimes quite moved by the
That's
fact.
strange. I was told all these marches are anti-Semitic.
Well, that's exactly what we are doing, denying by being there and give a lie to this claim, which is absurd. Both that these marches are no-go areas for Jews, or that these are hate marches, and we are sort of proof against it, if you like.
You're there not just as Jewish protesters against genocide, you're there as Holocaust survivors protesting against genocide, which is obviously a pretty unique and sad position to have to be in. Let's just, for the sake of our viewers who don't know about you, Stephen, you, I believe, were 7 years old when the World War II reached your hometown of Budapest. You were forced to go into hiding. You were separated from your mother. Your father was sent to a concentration camp. Tell us a little bit about your childhood, about it.
I would just like to add. You know what? There's definitely a better moment to add this, but to interject here, because I already have. At that point in time, he should have resisted, and the people should have resisted and should have had a right to resist against the Nazis. And that is why, these days, under international law, there is an allowance for that. There actually are laws that say that if you're fucking getting fucking... my brain is like trying to pick between, do I go like Penguin Zero gamer speak here with this, or politician type route? And also in doing that, I'm losing track of my point. But yeah, no, there are legal apparatuses that allow resistance and allow resistance movements against like fascists and government opposition.
During the Holocaust, what happened to your parents? What happened to you?
Yes. In about October 1944, the Hungarian...
Which, sorry to interrupt him here, but the reason I mention that is because, you know, the Palestinians have a right to resist. They absolutely have a right to resist. That is just how it is under international law. You can, you know, I guess disagree with that, but that is how it is. And in my opinion, that is how it should be. I don't think any reasonable person would disagree with that, but in theory, one could.
Semi-fascist autocratic ruler, Admiral Horthy, made a declaration that Hungary was leaving the German alliance. He made that from his palace in the Buddha Hills, and was pretty quickly arrested by the Germans as a result. The Germans came in March 1944, invading their ally. On the face of it, Hungary was an ally of Germany. And from the declaration date onwards, the out-and-out fascist party, the Arrow Cross Party, took power, and they were allied with or organized marauding.
And the reason this is comparable in a modern scenario with Palestine and Israel is because there is currently okay. There's almost too much. I have too much THC in me right now to cover something this fucking deep and go deep on it. But TLDR, there are apparatuses that Israel puts in place as a state that creates it to be, that makes it an ethno-state, and makes it fascists. Or make it... Words! You know what? I was gonna do a soundbite, but I genuinely... Now's not a soundbite moment. But yeah, words. Words are difficult for me at times, because I'm a dumb dog at times. But, TLDR, this absolutely... What he's saying there about Nazi Germany has some pretty correlative details to what Israel is currently doing in Palestine. And I'm kind of being a dumb dog right now, but you can pretty easily go look it up and find it anywhere. It's not exactly hidden. And frankly, the soldiers of the IDF, or as I like to refer to it, the IOF, they certainly were not clandestine about committing war crimes. So, everything is out in the open. Fortunately and unfortunately. Unfortunately.
Armed groups, which were actually hunting Jews. So suddenly, from that date onwards, the jeopardy was much greater for the Budapest Jews.
Do you remember that period yourself, personally?
Yes, I do remember, because it was on that day, on the day of declaration, that I was taken up into these protected homes. I mean, inverted commas, protected. And we had to go past a German checkpoint. And the German field guns were trained.
By protected he doesn't mean protected. He means in the same way that they have set up zones for the Palestinians. They set up zones, they had specialized neighborhoods and ghettos for the Jews. That is what is happening with Palestine and Israel. Literally, there is the West Bank. Like, hello? Open air prison for the last fucking 2 decades plus.
On the palace. Okay. As we were going past. I was being carried. I was too small enough to be carried. And the person who was sent down from the homes to take me up had some magical pass, which he just flashed to the German crew checkpoint, the soldiers who manned it. And they just stood to attention and waved us on. I don't know what was in that pass, but I kind of fantasized that probably it carried Hitler's signature or something, because that was all. They had one side of it, and we were waved on. And so from that point on, I was in hiding.
But not with your parents?
Not with my parents. My mother was in charge of a group of girls, and my aunt was in charge of a group of boys that I was attached to. And we were all on false papers, and were supposed to have been refugees from the advancing Soviet troops on the Eastern Front, and obviously Aryan.
In other words, they had to hide their identity, which makes me kind of think of how in the current Israeli system there are many what are called Mizrahi Jews, which are Arab Jews by descent, and they are typically darker skinned, and that is why they are classified as Mizrahi, because they have to fit into the system of a Jewish ethno-state, and in order to fit into that, there has to be a new classification of like ethnic Jew, when, of course, there is not that. They are just Palestinian and Jewish. You know, they're whatever the fuck their actual fucking lineage is, not this, like, added on extra thing. I didn't know the U.S. state had a dry throat gun. Ugh. I forget what I was saying. And that cough cut me off so hard. That was like a cough from my core. Like a little bit of spit went down like the wrong way a little bit. That was a force. Oh, what the fuck was I saying? Because no, I know it was something like something of import that I probably was fucking up because I'm also trying to overthink it, but then not getting my points across in full. Because it's kind of hard to also, because I'm also like it's a subject where you do have to be very considerate of your wording. Especially as, like, a smaller content creator. I don't want anyone to come in and, like, think I'm fucking conservative, or think I'm, like, I don't want anyone to get any wrong ideas. So I don't want to be, like, overly critical, but also I am. I am. Not of this man, of the state of Israel for committing a genocide. And for using its faith to justify a genocide. And using the faith not only to justify a genocide, but as a shield for it. As a tool that they can bring up in any argument where they are being criticized for committing a genocide. They just bring it up as like, oh, you're criticizing us because of this. And it's like, no, I'm criticizing you because of a genocide. It's that simple. It's that simple. And I find it really gross that they use a history of being genocided in order to justify doing a genocide. That's gross. In short, that's gross. Period.
And so some of us were meant to be war orphans. Anyway, everybody on false papers and false names. And my aunt, who was in charge, we were not allowed to recognize the family ties, for example, as a security.
But you and your parents, you survived the Holocaust. Your parents survived the Holocaust also.
Yes.
Even though your father was sent to a camp, he was one of the lucky ones.
Yeah. Well, yes, he was part of the Kastner project. Okay. That's how I got to Belsen. And the idea was that those transports, who were organized by Kastner with a deal with the SS, were to be eventually allowed to go to Switzerland from Belsen. And the previous group did that, in fact. But the whole deal, where Himmler himself was involved, was behind Hitler's backs.
Okay.
And when he discovered it, he stopped the whole thing. And in fact, Himmler was very nearly arrested at that time.
So you say as a child you remember that period. It obviously influenced the way you grew up, influenced your entire worldview. I do wonder, how has your childhood influenced the way you view the genocide in Gaza today? Do you find that your own experience as a child enduring a genocide has made you identify more closely maybe with the children in Gaza? What do you make of what you've seen over the past 2 years?
Liking this video? Then don't just watch, hit like, share and subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss a video or live show. But if you want early access to fully supporting...
I mean,
don't do that for him, do that for me. Do that for me. I actually do it for
othering
Zateo
and,
too.
discrimination even before that critical date. For example, we all had, from a certain date on, we all had to wear the yellow star.
Yeah.
And I had to wear a yellow star despite my young age. And I do remember that. Most of my experience at the time was rather mild because I was too young to understand the implications and the dangers. It was in retrospect
Yes.
that I sort of realized how awful everything was and how dangerous everything was. And of course, knowing that my family lost 15 members to Auschwitz. And that was an impact on me more than what I actually personally experienced. That was just
Of course.
part of it, if you like.
So, how did you come across the issue of Palestine? How long have you been involved in Palestine actively?
Well, I think
you're 88 years young right now.
Yeah.
How long have you been involved in the struggle for Palestinian liberation as a supporter?
Well, first I became, without sort of putting necessarily an active label on it, anti-Zionist as a result of my visit to Israel to visit my family. Some members of my family, in circuitous ways through Romania, ended up.
What year was that you went to visit Israel?
That was before the '67 war.
Okay.
Quite early, and I was.
So those that don't know, the '67 war is also referred to locally as the Nakba, or the catastrophe. Which is basically WoW Cataclysm, but IRL for real people that matter. That's a stupid way to describe that. Earlier, remember when I was like, do I go the Penguin Zero Gamerspeak way or the fucking political way? That was me picking the Penguin Zero Gamerspeak way. And I kind of regret it. But, actually no, I don't. That kind of is a decent way to put it. Sort of, ish. But yeah. Oh my god, they're hitting me with the dry throat ray again. Oh, okay. What was I saying? Bruh. I had one puff. I had one puff of weed. And I'm fucking over here like,
shocked at
what is my
I
name?
found there. And this is, I think that was a critical
Not
influence
literally, but
on me.
shit.
Because
wouldn't be shocked.
To my horror, I found that every member of my family, and a number of aunts and cousin, etc., they were all racist by then.
Towards Arabs?
Yes, as they called them, not Palestinians.
Indeed.
That really both horrified me, and I couldn't understand how it could happen. I now understand more about the impact of drip propaganda, and also the kind of completely artificial fear that was created in them, that somehow they bought into the idea.
All right. So to explain this, can my shirt not get caught on shit? To explain this, when he refers to propaganda, what he's referring to is a similar propaganda to what exists here in America, as well as, I suppose, other countries too, or some other countries, some other Western countries in particular. In terms of the propaganda that we have surrounding Arabs, in order to justify many of our wars and, you know, fun little interventions in the Middle East, so to speak. In order to create... I could use the fancy term. I'm going to go the path I was taking. In order to create an innate sense in the people that, you know, there's a need for some sort of radical military action against a peoples. There's just an excess of propaganda and content where everything is very anti-Arab, and they're always the villain, and are always viewed as the villain. Shit like that.
Yeah, that unless they...
Which, I was gonna say, it could sound mundane, but you know what, I guess I can still say that. It could sound mundane, but it certainly isn't mundane. Because over time, that creates the effect, a psychological effect in people of genuinely looking at Arabs and being more fearful, and making that connection between, oh, if someone's Arab, then they're probably Muslim, and I've been told that, you know, Muslims like jihad, they're terrorists. Aren't they usually radical? Things like that. And that drip drops into people's minds over time, as well as through more direct propaganda through the media.
Forcefully keep down the Arabs, they would be driven into the sea and the existential danger, which I am convinced was a complete lie.
Yes, you go there before the 67 war, before the occupation of West Bank and Gaza. Did you ever imagine at the time that one day you, Stephen Kaposh, former young child living through the Holocaust, would be at protests against Israel, saying the world's only Jewish state is now guilty of a genocide?
No, I wasn't aware of it at that time at all. In fact, around that time, I wasn't particularly active in any way in...
Frankly, that is unfortunately not shocking. I mean, even the way he referred to the Nakba there as the War of 67 is still, frankly, a thing that liberal xylophone players, that's not spelt with a Z. I was going for a word that was spelt with a Z, guys. What is wrong with me? Why did I go for xylophone? Come on. Literally, I am not gonna mentally let myself live this moment down. Okay. I don't know what I was even saying. I distracted myself with that fucking full-on derail by going for a fucking word that starts with X instead of Z.
Politics, because having come after the 1956 uprising in Budapest, where I was actively involved in the demonstrations, and actually the uprising the day before really started at my university. But I have been through so many political upheavals and changes that when I got to the UK in 56, I decided to concentrate on my profession rather than...
So how do you rediscover Palestine and activism? Is it more recently, in the last 10, 15 years?
Well, I think the critical experience was first the false anti-Semitism campaign inside the Labour Party.
Okay, so the Jeremy Corbyn period.
That's right. When I was horrified by the complete cynicism and I think deliberate lies that surrounded that camp.
For those who don't know, I'm going to interject here just to explain that. Over the pond there in Britannia land, there was a little bit of controversy over a candidate for the what the fuck do they call it there? Parliament. There we go. He was going to become a MP. I think that's what they call them. And actually, Specifically, he was the leader of the Green Party. And actually, I need to refresh myself. Hang on. Bro, this is so long ago that I'm forgetting it. Plus, I'm fucking dog brain. Alright, anyway, I'll just go over the part that I remember. What I remember is, fucking Jeremy Corbyn was in a leadership role, in the parliament. Or in a part of the parliament. In one of the parties. I forget which one. But TLDR, he was essentially on top, kind of in a Bernie Sanders-like position. In fact, he was very much a Bernie Sanders candidate. You know, pro the people, you know, for everything that we are all for, type shit. And that's quite a summary, but you know what I mean. You know, he was on the left, he was a progressive, he was a man of the people. And he was very outspoken, and one of the things he was outspoken on was the matter of Israel and the matter of the genocide that they are conducting. Now, not once in doing so did he ever connect it to Judaism as a faith and say, oh, it's a Jewish culture thing, or any fucking stupid bullshit like that that makes no fucking sense. No, he simply criticized Israel and criticized the British sale of weapons and Can my brain... Weapons are arms? I didn't need to add that. What, are they selling them guns and actual arms? I digress. He was a man who was very outspoken and critical of British weapons sales to Israel, even though contextually they are a smaller, much smaller proportion of the weapons stock that Israel gets. A much larger portion of it, of course, comes from us and our taxpayer dollars, which they then use to, you know, conduct a genocide. So that's cool. I forget what I was saying about that, but that's dope. That's fun.
Using
that's cool.
A false accusation of anti-Semitism against the left.
Yes.
And Jeremy Corbyn personally, but also...
Oh, I remember. And as a result, people were, of course, critical of Corbyn, because the media did its thing. Centrist media gets the memo from fucking Israeli fucking media or whatever. That's not a good way to put it. The best way is, like... Because here's the thing. It's not like this big cabal. It's not like, you know, Alex Jones type shit where it's like, oh, there's a cabal and they're out to get us, guys. Guys, they're gonna get us. No, it's just this is a shitty fascist state doing shitty fascist propaganda, and it exports its shitty fascist propaganda in every way it can. Period. That's the tea there. That's the tea on that. And, you know, they did their thing with that, and the media in Britain shifted on Corbyn and began to accuse him of being, quote-unquote, anti-Semitic for even bringing up critique of Israel as a state doing a genocide. And I believe as an ethno-state, too. Like, things that it is. Things that are objectively true. And in any other scenario, we all objectively go, okay, yeah, no, that's bad, sweetie. I don't care what the fuck your defense is. But because they're bringing up anti-Semitism and using that as a shield, nobody wants to touch that with a fucking 10-foot pole.
And which is now continued.
Unless you are Jewish, which then makes it a lot easier. But also, even in that scenario, you're probably going to be called a traitor and pushed towards being Zionist.
Into a general attack.
In the same way that with Nazi Germany, I'm sure at the time there were many, you know, let's say white Germans that were being critiqued by other white Germans and because they didn't like the system, and they were probably like, I don't agree. But you can't disagree. What do you mean you disagree? This benefits us. You're a traitor to all of us. Type shit. It's that stupid type of ape thinking. And that is what is pervasive through all forms of fascism, and very much prevalent and present in the case of the ethno-state of Israel.
On pro-Palestine activists as being anti-Semitic.
Yes. But that was the beginning of
Interesting.
of my.
Were you a member of the Labour Party?
Yes.
Are you still a member of the Labour Party?
No. This links to how I became active in the Palestine thing, because I resigned from the Labour Party when, having been asked by a left socialist group, SLN, to address them about the Holocaust on Holocaust Memorial Day about 3 years ago. And I said, yes, of course, I will, because there are very few witnesses left.
Yes.
And yes, I will talk to. They put out my name as being on a panel advertising it. And I immediately got a letter from the regional office of the Labour Party saying that, putting me on notice that if I go ahead with that engagement, I would be disciplinary investigations would start up against me. And I interpret that, knowing how those sort of things went in those days, as being thrown out.
Yes.
That there could be no other
So you
outcome.
quit?
I immediately resigned with a letter, and that letter went viral because I ended the letter saying that maybe these techniques of false.
Angel, I'm kind of sorry to interrupt again here, but I'm kind of being quiet here for this one. But I mean, this is like watching a black person talk about something. I can't. There are only so many moments where my perspective matters. So I'm just kind of letting him speak, and also he's doing a much better job in the sense that, one, I smoked up and toked up. I'm not too well-spoken right now. I'm well-smoken, but not well-spoken. And also, he's got the background. Safe to say, bro has the background, living through the genocide, and then also witnessing another. I think he's got it covered. I can pretty much be a little quiet and just occasionally interject here.
Accusation of anti-Semitism, etc., will work electorally in the short term. In the long term, it will be a matter of shame for the Labour Party.
Well said.
That
otherwise, I'd interject
the
more.
Labour Party who imported McCarthyism into this country.
Well said. I like the idea
and that went pretty viral.
I like the idea that an 85-year-old knows how to go viral.
Yes,
that's impressive.
I didn't know. It was just happened.
No, I'm sure you did. Let me ask you this. What is it like to be a Jewish
All bro had to do was piss off every other fucking radical fucking Zionist.
I'm sure there are other Jewish people in the UK who say you're a self-hating Jew. You know, Jews who oppose what Israel are doing often demonized, smeared as self-hating. What is it like for you as someone who literally
I should just say fascist. I'm just going to say fascist. No, I'm just going to say fascist.
I don't take any
Is it going to maybe offend some? Whatever.
And the worst that
I'm trying to not offend.
Was, when I was speaking in
I'm going with fascist, I guess.
While I was speaking, there was an anti-demonstration by Zionists, and somebody read in the Israeli flag perched above me was calling.
Oh, so it's hard to not say that word when bro keeps saying it
repeatedly. Wow. I didn't hear it because I was speaking, but other colleagues immediately reported this to the police who were present, and this guy was arrested.
It's interesting you mentioned the police because I believe the Met Police here in London brought you and 8 others in for questioning after you laid flowers at Trafalgar Square as part of a peaceful protest for Gaza. What did they bring you in for? What did they say you'd done wrong?
Well, this was a day when the police acted completely differently from normal. We kind of, I think it's fairly safely assume, because of suggestions from above, from higher circles.
But what did they say to you that you'd done wrong?
The claim was the same as against Jeremy Corbyn and John McDonnell, who were on either side of me in that particular demonstration. The claim was that we went against a police order for the day, which was to remain
Classic.
Instead of marching. The original idea was to march towards the BBC to protest against their distorted coverage, yes. And the police banned this in the last minute and said, no, you can't march. You got to be static at Whitehall.
And they took in an 88-year-old Holocaust survivor. What do you make of all these police rounding up of hundreds of Palestine Action protesters, little old ladies, grandmothers, priests, people in wheelchairs, blind people, a Labour government sending the police to do this? Did you ever think you'd see that in your lifetime as a survivor of fascism?
No, that's absolutely amazing. It's an own goal, actually.
Yes.
And I am amazed at the capacity of the government to create own goals one after the other. They will never give up. It is going to be, there already was some 2,000 people in total have been so arrested, and it will continue, and it will, it's unmanageable.
It's very authoritarian.
Yes. Well, that's one of my themes, actually. But
just to interject, for those who don't know, they're in the UK. They have currently classified the Palestinian Action Movement. I believe that is the name of it. Hang on. Let me pop this off screen real quick, just so I can. Actually, you know, I'm gonna lose track of my thought if I don't fucking just say it now. So I'm just gonna say it now. But essentially, they have the government has classified a political movement. Like literally, it's not anything dangerous. It is the Palestinian movement. I forget what the fuck it's called. It doesn't even matter what it's called. But essentially, they have classified a movement, a protest movement against fucking genocide. They've classified them as terrorists and are now rounding them up and arresting them en masse in the UK. Anytime there's a protest that is by them, they literally go, they round them up, and put them in prison. For years. There are teenagers that have not seen their parents in months. There are, there are people that have just been picked up by the state for protesting another state. A different state. Not even the one they're in. And because they're criticizing that other state, they're in prison. And that's the context on that.
As a conclusion from what I witnessed and so on, that fascism develops in states.
I need to smoke.
It doesn't drop out of the sky.
Yeah.
And I think
this shit's getting me PO'd.
Dangerously on the way to various fascistic qualities. And
so on that,
and we have to resist that.
Yes,
right
we do.
Now.
On that note, when people say, for example, Donald Trump in the United States, what he is doing resembles what Germany looks like in the 1920s, 1930s. Absolutely. Is that a fair comparison?
Absolutely. And also, I am very active to repeatedly try and break the taboo against comparison with the Israeli actions with the Nazi actions.
So the IHRA definition, as you know, of anti-Semitism,
that's a catastrophe.
Very controversial definition of anti-Semitism, says comparing Israel's actions to the Nazis is a form of anti-Semitism. You reject that?
Absolutely. It's a taboo which must be broken as often as possible.
Do you think Israel's actions in Gaza are comparable to the Nazis?
Yes, I think so. In quality, not in quantity,
Yeah.
because we are not yet in.
Thankfully.
And hope never will be in the millions.
Well, Israeli soldiers are on record telling the Israeli newspapers, "I felt like a Nazi in Gaza." One of them told an Israeli newspaper.
One of the comparisons I have is in 1944, the winter of 1944, we were not only in hiding from October to liberation, but also in double jeopardy, because it so happens that where the homes were was where the epicenter of the final fight between the German army and the Soviets was played out. And the front line moved through us. And we had to relocate several times in double jeopardy.
Okay.
Sometimes we were shot at because they couldn't distinguish between groups of
course,
dots in the snowfields or all that. And so when it was over and we finally came out of all that and looked around, because this is not typically was the greatest area of destruction, because it was the final fight. Because Budapest generally wasn't so destroyed, just in pockets. But just there, it was absolutely horrendous, with the royal castle burnt out, piles of rubble and glass and burnt out tanks and dead horses and dead soldiers and abandoned ammunition. Looked just like Gaza in certain shots.
So you're reminded
with the difference I keep pointing out, that what I saw then was a byproduct of two armies fighting. And what I see in Gaza is deliberate destruction. It's even worse.
Yeah.
There are a lot of people.
For context, I don't know if there's anyone who doesn't even fucking know this yet, but Israel has literally leveled neighborhoods. There's no reason to do that. I don't know how to convey that beyond that should be obvious. There's no reason, no fucking reason on God's green fucking gray earth to fucking do that. One, literally we have fucking international laws on how to interact in a war. That is a violation of that in so many regards. They literally are just indiscriminately killing civilians with intent, or at the very least, without the intent to not kill civilians. It's hard to level neighborhoods and somehow have an argument after. There's really no other side here. There really is not.
Who will hear you say that and be outraged. A lot of Jewish people will say it is anti-Semitic. They will say it's over the top. You obviously have the privilege. It's a horrible privilege to have. I shouldn't use the word privilege. You have the horrible right to speak on this as a Holocaust survivor. You can say certain things that other people can't say by virtue of the fact that you did survive the Holocaust. But let me ask you this. What do you make of the battles within the Jewish community over this issue? I know you sometimes go to protests with your daughter and your granddaughter. Do you see a generational change amongst British Jews when it comes to Israel and attitudes to Israel?
Never again is supposed to mean never again. Never again doesn't mean never again for one group. It means never again should we as a people let ourselves come to a point as any society where we are committing genocide. That is what that means. To utilize religion and to utilize that trauma as a shield is highly deceptive and highly obvious. It's gross. Like, I already fucking said it earlier, it's gross. It's really fucking gross.
Yes, I think it's growing. And I protest.
Like, I just have a little bit more to add. We are supposed to be, like, people. Like, there's no difference between any one of us. Like, aside from skin color, ethnicity, like, these things don't change that at the end of the day, we all are people. It's genuinely, it astonishes me that at any point, anyone in a society can stop comprehending that.
Against, and we all protest, left-wing Jews protest against the Board of Deputies and the JLM. And
these are British Jewish communal organizations.
Claiming that they speak for the Jewish community. There isn't a homogeneous Jewish community.
You know.
There are.
Which, ironically, what he's getting at here is that, weirdly enough, fucking the defenders of Israel will come out here and pretend that Israel represents all Jews and that they're monolithic, which that is unironically anti-Semitism. That is assuming that all Jews think and act the same. It's a faith. It is a faith. It's a religion. A religion of many peoples, of many ideas. Some bad, some good, like all others.
Zionist groups, and there are completely different socialist left-wing Jews. And they...
To use my favorite Jewish phrase, oy vey. I'm pretty sure I picked that up from watching The Nanny. Not gonna lie. That show... peak. Fucking peak. Fucking peak, like, I don't know what era that show came out in, but The Nanny is such a good fucking show. Completely irrelevant, but I don't care. Also, we're not gonna get into her takes, but I'm pretty sure she's not quite on the right side here, in my opinion, but that's a good show. It's a good fucking show, and I'm pretty sure that literally is why I will say, quote, oy vey. No one in my life says that. No one. So there's only one way I could have picked that up, and knowing me, that has to be how.
The Board of Deputies don't speak for the whole community.
No.
It's a myth that there is a so-called Jewish community. There are several communities.
But you would accept you're a minority within the British Jewish community.
Well, I'm not so sure about that.
Interesting.
Actually. I'm sure others have done research, etc. But in the circles where I move, the left-wing view is dominant. There are those Jews who say always with the oppressed, never with the oppressor. And there are many who subscribe to that.
What would you say to someone like Benjamin Netanyahu, who says, I'm fighting on behalf of all Jews?
It's a propaganda claim. You know, it's false, completely false. I heard him.
That's kind of a tough question. That's a good but tough question. Because it's like, that's hard to answer. Because it's like that's like what, in short, that's like saying, what do you say to someone who's bigoted to try to unconvince them of being bigoted, or to convince them that they are bigoted and that it's wrong?
Speak in a snippet at Yad Vashem when
like TLDR, not to like get or try to get humorous with it, with sarcasm / an allegory. It's kind of like some, like, you know, Thanksgiving family drama type shit. Like, it's that type of conversation. But yeah.
He said,
good question.
Never again is now. With a reference to use again the Holocaust for a cover for
Oh, yeah, no, no, no,
basis
yeah.
for the impunity that they seem to have or claim.
If anything, never again is now, in my mind. What that means is, yeah, never again is now, like, they're doing a genocide. Like, we gotta stop that. Like, that's bad. Like, that's why for a second there I was nodding. I was like, yeah, never again is now. And then he was like, oh yeah, this is the propaganda line. And I was like, oh yeah, I've been tuned out for a little too long here. Yeah, they do say that.
And for us, never again has a...
And that's the thing that I've been referring to, where they will utilize the past and utilize being genocided as a shield for committing a genocide in the modern era. And when I say they, I mean the state. Don't be fucking dumb. I mean the state.
Completely different meaning. The left Jews. We think that the conclusion from never again is that this kind of horror of the Holocaust should not be ever visited to any other nation or faith or group or ethnicity.
And it has been done to Gaza by Israel.
And yes.
Stephen Kaposh, we'll have to leave it there. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
You.
Did you like this video? Don't forget to subscribe to this YouTube.
Alright, massive shout out. Go subscribe to Zateo. Zateo is the best fucking source that you can have in your feed. I don't care what your take is. Agree or disagree, they're a good source. And I recommend you have them in your feed. Go subscribe to Zateo. I mean, not like they need a fucking shout out from me. If anything, I'll take a shout out from them. Shit. Fuck. Damn.
It doesn't.
Alright. Whoa. Hey, pre-watch Andy over here. Pre-watch Andy. The one that I pre-watched. Alright, I'm gonna sip my my sippy here. I just realized I typoed. In my defense, I was trying to type quick to get the headline up there. Okay? I just realized there was not an I in the word critical. Alright. Let's see. What do I title this? I guess, this headline... Oh, yeah. Oh, that's right. I don't need to... I keep hitting the fucking tilde key, my scene swap key, in order to, like, update the shit. But it literally refreshes live because I have the headline already up there. Whatever. We're good.
Day of your daughter's wedding, I march up to you, fee-fi-fo-fum my way over, and I say, give me your house.
Oh, you know what? I need to segue into this, because this one actually is pretty fucking different. And also, like... Although, is it different? Because, I mean, hey, that's what the IDF says to Palestinians every fucking morning in Gaza, so... Pretty topical still. On that note... but yeah, so, to lead into this story here, data centers have been absolutely plaguing the news lately, and society. You might think... You know, it's, you know, maybe you think a capitalist perspective, like, it's a data center, it's good for health, it's business, it's good for business stuff, right? It's good for economic health. It'll, you know, hey, my town is small, it'll bring some business to our local town. And then they bring, like, a couple maintenance jobs, some temporary construction that's really loud, annoying, and usually fucks shit up, which is what we're going to be going into here. Which is every way that data centers are not good for anyone right now. Perhaps with fair, good regulation, they could be, if there were regulation and standards on many of the issues with them. But there aren't.
I come to you on the day of your daughter's wedding. I march up to you, fee-fi-fo-fum my way over, and I say, give me your house. Well, you can do a few things there. You can give me your house, negotiate to sell me your house. You can poke me in the eyes like Captain Insano, punch me in the face, fucking titty twist me. That's called a choice. You have a choice there. Your local government comes up to you and says, give me your house. Buster. There ain't no choice. Not now. Not with data centers being the most important thing to these fucking zombies in power. I know I've yapped about it a lot, but legitimately, AI data centers are actually the boogeyman. They are just a...
They genuinely are. They genuinely fucking are. Like, every day I fucking wake up, I fucking scroll through my feed and I'm like, oh, some shit about data centers plaguing a rural town. Not necessarily local, but... Not to me anyway, but local to, you know, the locals.
Scourge.
Like, there has not been a day I've woken up where I'm fucking not seeing a fucking data center story.
Planet and a stain on civilized society. They are these behemoths that require all...
And they're quite literally a stain. They're a fucking audible stain. They're fucking, like, I don't know if y'all have seen this, but people that live near these data centers, obviously, they live near them, they experience them, and boy do they have a lot to fucking complain about. One of the things that they complain about is there's apparently a high-pitched noise that just constantly occurs because it's not regulated. Like, the pitch is not regulated. The amount of noise pollution that they're doing and the type of noise pollution they're doing and the way they're doing it is not regulated. And thus, which sounds minor. I know it sounds kind of fucking minor, but think about it this way. You know, if you live near an airport, you occasionally hear a plane. It's pretty fucking annoying, but also you bought into it. You know that's kind of what you're getting. You're like, you know, I'm moving near an airport. Like, I'm gonna hear some planes occasionally. It's gonna get a little loud at moments, but then it'll be fine. This is a constant sound, constantly in your ears, like tinnitus. So very unpleasant, suffice to say.
Infrastructure to be changed to suit their gluttony, to satiate their insatiable appetite, and doing so just pillages communities while seeing basically no benefit beyond the temporary job.
Oh, I forgot. I mean, he's gonna get here too, but they're using eminent domain for the private sector. Like, what the fuck? We can't get them to use eminent domain for some shit like high-speed railway to interconnect our states, but we can get them to do eminent domain to fucking screw over the people. Oh, that's cool. I love that that's how this works now. That's dope. I'm glad we're taking the thing that ironically everyone hates because it's always used wrong here, or at least, actually, even when it's used right here, we're a feral people and we're like, nah, I don't want power in my area. Like, I don't want a road. You ain't building no road on my land. But I digress. But that's also kind of different. In that scenario, you know what? Individualistically, it's kind of valid. And you kind of can choose to, and then they'll just have to shift it around. But that's different, because that's for something that benefits everyone. That's for something that benefits the public, which is the reason eminent domain exists. It exists as a function of law so that the government can take take and pay for land in order to do public works projects. So typically this would be things like roads, building utilities, functional things for public good. Not increasing the amount of power rather to a data center. This is a region reworking its entire shit just to cater to the private sector, using eminent domain. I really hope it does not hold up in court, and I really hope that, legally speaking, any homeowners and landowners that are or have been affected, if they can, take it to court. But also, quite frankly, as corporations do, they tend to target communities that are less likely to have the resources. You can imagine what in a racist-ass bumfuck country these communities tend to be and look like.
Used to build them. Always worth reminding you that
So,
the
yeah.
data centers that we have, except for like the biggest ones, usually have like 20, maybe 25 on the high end full-time employees. And sometimes not even that much. Even the biggest ones don't have significantly more full-time employees than that. So
Yeah.
it is a complete plague on...
It's a data center. It's a data center. It is a building full of fucking computer shit. It's not an office building. Like, it's not something that you need people working on the servers, like, constantly. It's something that you maybe need a handful of maintenance crew for. Okay, and you know what? I'll even go far. Let's say it's a large building. Maybe you need, like, a full 20-person IT team. But hey, even that's only 20 IT jobs. Also, that's 20 IT jobs, so they're probably not going to be local. They're probably going to have to move to the area because it's much less likely that, there just are 20 fucking highly educated IT workers at the ready there in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Communities in which AI data centers infest, and it is just a growing problem, much like the explosive diarrhea problem, except on a much larger scale. And your local government prioritizes these data centers over you, the human beings, the civilians in which they were elected to
Why, of
represent.
course they do. There's corporate profit there, silly. Think about the profit margins. Capitalism. It's so important. We clearly need it. We're all clearly benefiting from it, as we all live in squalor.
And try and support. They have sold you out and are actively just selling you for parts. Your land, your water, your electricity, all of it is being diverted to these AI data center demons. And I just watched a story that covered one family's lengthy battle that unfortunately ended in defeat against Georgia Power, who swooped in and told them that they would need to sell them their house, a house
I
they had
stand
owned
corrected.
for multiple decades, because they were...
Of course the fucking court sided with fucking corporations. What else is new in this stupid fucking country? Like, are we serious? Are these our values now? Is just capitalism good? Corporations good? America, yeah! What the fuck happened? Like, guys, hello? No. What about, throwing the tea into the fucking ocean? What about the revolutionary spirit? What about, standing up for and fighting beside each other and standing our ground as Americans for our values of freedom, liberty, and justice? But in a true sense, not in a bullshit sense of, like, I don't fucking know any of the fucking bullshit. Any of the bullshit. List it. That.
were upping their power grid and needed to run lines through their property to supply to the AI data center there. And they couldn't refuse because if they didn't sell their house, they made it clear that they would just seize it under eminent domain.
Welcome back. Some homeowners...
Which is wild. This is not what eminent domain is for. As a fucking socialist, this pisses me off more than fucking anything. Like, seeing something that is functionally a good aspect, when used properly, of socialist law being used so fucking improperly and to benefit capital with no fucking gain for the public, I could not be more livid. This is like the purest example of why capitalism is a fucking moronic failure. At least when you have a pure capitalist system. Because as a basic ideology, as like a core aspect of a socialist system, capitalist liberty makes sense. But you can't have this bullshit. Like, what the flying fuck? Eminent domain is not something to be used to benefit a corporation. It is to be used to benefit public good. It's for road building. Quite literally, it is for road building. It is not for expanding utilities for the private sector. The gall that the fucking county has to claim that they are using eminent domain for public good when clearly directly benefiting a fucking private sector corporation is insane. It's fucking insane. And meanwhile, you know, right-wingers will come out and they'll complain if you use eminent domain to do what it's used for. Like, but they're probably going to be silent about this. I'm sure the right wing will be dead-ass fucking silent about fucking eminent domain being used for data centers. Because guess what? It's benefiting a fucking corporation. So their media isn't going to get mad about it. So most right-wingers aren't going to get mad about it.
Georgia are being given an ultimatum to sell their homes or the state will, get this, take it to make way for AI data centers. CBS News correspondent Skylar Henry has more.
I'm a single mom. I worked hard for everything.
How do you put a price on a home?
Addendum, unless they're directly affected. That is the one scenario Republicans begin to care and wake up on any issue. Period. That includes gay rights, that includes any sort of social shit, including socialism. They do not wake up to shit until some shit happens to them and they're like, oh, the current thing is fucked up. Oh.
You never intended to sell.
Well, I'd say horseradish. Hoo-wee with that. You
I
can't
need to
put a
smoke
price
again.
tag on fun. And what's more fun than an AI data center? Especially if you're at the top of the food chain. Dropping the sarcasm. Obviously, no normal person actually sees a benefit when an AI data center comes through. All of the evidence from all of the operational data centers across this country confirm that from everything I've seen. All of the data does not seem to indicate that the communities, the local communities, actually get any benefits from these data centers that get put in. It is just a burden. And now, as I've said, all of these local governments are scrambling to do what they can to ensure they get built come hell or high water and are actively shutting out the voices of the communities that they are supposed to represent and protect. It is sickening.
One filled with more than 2 decades of memories.
I think I was 5 or 6 when this was built.
The yard where you buried your pets. The greenhouse that fed your family.
When you talk about what being on this property means to you,
yeah,
right? It's y'all's.
It's ours. It's our family. We belong here.
But Ansley Brown's childhood home likely won't be here much longer. That's because the state's largest utility, Georgia Power, says it needs the area to make way for a 35-mile-long transmission line.
Now, if you're an AI data center cock gobbler, you might be going with the very obvious low-hanging fruit argument of, well, this is important because this is public infrastructure that will serve the community by adding these lines here to up the power grid. This is going to be in service to everyone there, thus if they are not willing to sell, eminent domain does make sense. And this is an open and shut case. But here's the thing. They openly talk about these new lines and this upgrade. Almost all of it is solely for AI data center, not for the community. That is not serving the public. Again, all of the data that is readily accessible right there at your fingertips can show you that AI data centers are not actually serving the community in a helpful way. The only people it serves, the only people it benefits, are the putrid ghouls at the top of the food chain that are behind these projects, that make tons and tons of money off of it. And the local governments, well, maybe they get some doubloons tossed their way as well, a little bit of the scraps there to incentivize greenlighting these projects.
Georgia Power has been here for as long as Ansley's mother has owned this property. It's just beyond the tree line. Now, with the expansion of this latest project, they're looking to take the 2.5 acres the house sits on.
Georgia Power says increasing demand has outpaced the capacity of its existing grid, and building a new transmission line requires acquiring more than 300 parcels of land, including residential properties.
What did your mom tell you she wanted for this property to be?
Generational wealth, true generational wealth was the idea, and now it's being stripped from us.
Georgia Power estimates 70 to 80% of the power on this new line is expected to help serve data centers. It says the remaining 20 to 30% of power will serve the state's growing residential and commercial demand.
70 to 80% of this upgrade is solely for AI data centers, huh? Interesting.
Side note, absolute side note, but I'm back, and it is so fucking orange outside. I don't know if I've just been looking at my fucking stream for too long with all the fucking orange going on, but very orange right now. Like, it's just weird. It feels ominous. Guys, it feels ominous. I'm gonna be real, it feels ominous. We're on a planet, and the planet does not want us on it. Type shit. Well, actually, really, we apparently don't want ourselves on the planet, given the way we fucking... the way we fucking use and abuse this planet.
And this is what they're publicly sharing, which is oftentimes very charitable, very generous numbers that they like to work with there. They put on a full face of makeup here to really make it seem like, no, this is like good for you, actually. And even with that in mind, they still say 70 to 80% is used solely for data centers, and then the civilians, the plebeians, get the remaining 20 to 30% of this upgrade. So, I think just looking at these raw numbers, I feel you can make a very strong argument that this is not in service of the community. That's an afterthought. It's in service to the AI data centers that are placing more of a demand here that you are appeasing and upgrading and now take.
It's very clearly that. Like, the AI data centers were like, hey, you know, we have a need. We'd like you to meet it. And then the county said, yeah, sure. Bet. Let's do that. And let's claim eminent domain. They're literally just doing eminent domain for the private sector, which is not legal and not how that is supposed to be used at all. I cannot fucking comprehend how a judge got a fucking court case in front of them, and this motherfucker sat there and was like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, that's rational, using eminent domain for the private sector, yeah, I see, I get that.
Taking over 300 parcels of land from the community and residents, including this family's cherished, beloved.
Like, it's the number one thing that we hate as a society normally. And now we're fine with it when it's the private sector doing it? We're more fine with it? What?
Home. And I just don't think it's in service of the community. I think it's blatantly obvious it's not. Thus, I don't think eminent domain should even be an option on the table. Now, according to the daughter here, the price they wanted for their home to be...
It shouldn't, and technically speaking, it isn't. But okay.
Taken by Georgia Power was astronomical, generational wealth, which they didn't want to play ball with. Instead, I imagine they went with some lowball offers, as is standard procedure when this kind of shit unfolds here, where they try and take advantage of the situation here, because there's not a choice, really. As you're about to hear more in the story, this has been like a year-long battle where they were trying to purchase the house from them. They weren't wanting to sell, unless, of course, generational wealth was an offer on the table, which, of course, they're never going to do. Thus, they were looking to potentially employ eminent domain to just strip it from them regardless, thus forcing them to accept the offer and sell the home to them, because they don't have a choice. Basically, you are going to lose your house in this case right here. It is fucking checkmate on the board. And it's just suffocating. It's just fucking awful. And I don't think it's unreasonable to say, like, we don't want to sell it. If you really want it that bad, generational wealth is what you're going to need to offer. Otherwise, fucking take a hike, pussy. Like, I don't blame them for that.
Georgia Power told us that they feel as if they've done this process responsibly. What would you say to that?
I disagree. You can't tear down 35 miles of rural
That's my response to Georgia Power.
Georgia and it not hurt something or somebody. And to say that you're doing it in the name of data centers is a slap in the face to us, our community, our animals.
Brown's mother recently came to an agreement with Georgia Power to sell. Brown says if she didn't, the utility could have sought to acquire her property through eminent domain, a legal process that allows private property to be taken with compensation for projects determined to serve a public purpose.
Which in my eyes, this case does not exemplify. There is no good argument, no like real argument you can make that an AI data center leeching off your community is actually serving the public in a meaningful way. Thus, I really don't think eminent domain should have even been an option on the table. I feel like you just wipe your ass with that here. But, of course, then the local government will always make the argument, no, this is actually so good for all of us. We all benefit from it. But, again, none of the data supports that. It doesn't. But, yeah, eminent domain, the idea behind it is, like, highways and shit. And typically the way it's employed is, like, instead of taking entire properties, entire homes, they take like bits and pieces of them, like of their parcel, to like extend things or build things through it.
This is typically how it's done.
Overly common to take entire houses like this through eminent domain.
Like frankly, that can happen. That can happen. But that's a lot more rare. I think that kind of maybe more so was a thing at a time when we were kind of trying to build more airports and whatnot. Like, when stuff like that was new, and it's like, oh, you know, we gotta jam this somewhere. Like, where are we gonna put this big thing? But aside from that, for general stuff, for general utility expansion, it's pretty wild. It's, pretty wild they need that much land. Kind of makes you think how much of the land they're actually even going to be utilizing for expansion for the utilities, and how much is just going to be land that they end up selling or appropriating to the company.
Has happened in the past, and in this case it was something.
Does that mean they will? I don't know, but it certainly makes me fucking think, because it's like, I'm sorry, you need to take people's whole houses to expand infrastructure? I don't think so. Just to increase capacity? Or like power capacity? I don't think so. I don't. No. Maybe like get some extra lines up. Maybe give them a little hindrance. Some workers out front of their house for a bit, adding some extra power lines. Maybe you gotta like peel up the sidewalks and fucking put some shit down there. Well, you know, that is what it is. But you need people's whole houses. I don't think they even fucking need that. Let's be real.
Fearful of, I'm guessing it was something that was at least
they're gonna do something
as a
or
a potential option, a last resort, according to Georgia Power. And I just don't think that's right. Again, for data centers, this is not in the interest of the community. It's for their own selfish interest and their own selfish financial gain that exploits the community and actively takes people's homes. Now, in eminent domain, they do have to give compensation to the families at fair market price. But there's also a little bit of wiggle room there as well, arguing what is fair market price. So, like, I don't know what they ended up selling the house for, but it wasn't generational wealth, obviously.
All power generation starts somewhere.
Holly Lovett is a Georgia Power spokesperson.
Eminent domain is always, a last resort for us, and it's something we never want to do.
To us, it's theft. It's literally a billion-dollar company.
We would never want to do it. Don't mind the fact that we're doing it. We would never want to do the thing we are doing this very second. Huh?
Good boy.
That is the wrong sound effect. That was the wrong sound effect. That was the wrong sound effect. That was not the right sound effect. Oh no. Okay. Let's try that again. Let's see. Alt 2, not Shift Alt 2. That would be the secondary set of soundboard stuff.
Huh?
There we go. That's what I was looking for. Oh, okay. Moving on, Dick.
From
Didn't happen.
smaller people who can't
Ignore the
fight
cringe.
back. We don't have the money to fight Georgia Power.
So that's why a few months ago, Ansley took her story to TikTok.
My childhood home is being taken by Georgia Power.
She began sharing stories of others in similar situations.
The Georgia Power spokesperson, I'm pretty sure, is powered by Claude. She is giving like the most boilerplate PR shit you're ever going to hear in your life, and can't even begin to teeter on the realm of even sounding human.
Like, fucking corporations don't care so much these days that, like, I would not be shocked. Like, bro, they probably have their fucking HR as AI. Like, their HR their human resources is probably just AI. In fact, you know it is. Most of the time it is when they're fucking, like, hiring for shit. Like, we're already ruled by robots. Like, what the fuck?
Anymore.
I'm being metaphorical, but also kind of not.
Anyway, she blew this story up on TikTok about how her childhood home was being taken, and I agree with...
And actually, in an emotional sense, we might as well be ruled by robots, the way that they are blind to, like, pain and suffering when it comes to politicians and whatnot.
What she says. It feels like theft to me as well. These are billion-dollar corporations, in this case here, billion-dollar corporation coming through, and they're taking so much land in order to fulfill the power demands of the AI data center that I know for sure normal civilians weren't championing for. I know they weren't putting their fists celebrating, because no normal people with
and even if so, it's like, who the fuck are you?
Data centers in their community. It is bad.
The fuck is your motive?
So this was already something that they didn't want, and now they're being even...
Like, the only way you're, like, for this shit is if you're just stupid, or not from the area, and just stupid, and you're like, well, I like AI, data centers are kind of cool. Like, that's the only, like, that's the one other person I can think of here that is on, like, the opposite spectrum that I should tailor myself towards, like, de-radicalizing with my speech. But
further impacted negatively by it. It is a
de-radicalizing from capitalism, mind you. Because we literally live in a radical capitalist society where none of us realize how radical capitalist we are. Which, at that point, it's not capitalism, it's just corporatism, baby. Just corporatism.
They're taking their home. It's a forced sale. And the spokesperson even says, yeah, we don't like eminent domain.
Actually, you know what? I would even go a little bit further here. I would argue, this is a little bit of a little bit off topic, but not really. Fucking... Oh no. Brain, no, it was a good point. It's gone. The train of thought has left the station.
Man, that's nasty stuff. We know that's the nuclear option. It's always a last resort for us. We don't like to do it, but I mean, you know, someone's got to get the dirty work done down in the piggy pen. Like it is something, and we got to do it so they know that families like this can't fight back. As they said, it's too expensive to go up against Georgia Power, and they know that they will lose this house one way or the other, either through eminent domain and getting whatever wacky compensation they pull out of their ass deemed fair market price, or they just take the offer of the purchase, or of the sale. Like whatever they're offering, they just have to accept because they don't have a choice. They can't fight it, and it's just a losing battle. It sucks. Like this is a home that clearly this family has had for a long time now. It has a lot of meaning, a lot of memories. It wasn't one they wanted to sell, and it's one they fought to keep for an extended period of time, but going up against the local government, billion-dollar corporations, these vampires, it's just a losing battle. And it just shouldn't be that way. Like, again, it is very clearly not in the interest of serving the public. This is serving the AI overlords. That's it. The people that make money off these data centers, not the community. They don't see this. It's not a boon. It's a fucking curse. I don't know if I've ever talked about this, but I've been getting pretty conspiratorial on AI data centers recently, so I want to share a bit of the crack pipe I've been hitting in that regard, so get your tinfoil condoms ready. I was reading something that someone was sharing about, like, when an AI data center came through and the impact it had on their water, because that's a very common thing. And I've just really been toying around with this idea, and I've seen other people kind of talk about it occasionally as well, and I'm not fully bought into it hook, line, and sinker, but it's an interesting theory, a little game theory. What if the reason there's been seemingly so much more sickness, like it feels like people are getting sick more frequently now, and a wide variety of illnesses just seem more common now. What if AI data centers are hoarding all of the clean water, because obviously they are gluttonous, like they are so thirsty with an unquenchable thirst. What if all of the clean water is being diverted to the AI data centers and the normal civilians are just getting the sludge, runoff, polluted, contaminated garbage water in their tap and everything? I don't think it's unrealistic.
I mean, that's just a theory,
out of the realm of
that do be a
possibility
game
here.
theory.
Like, again, there are plenty of examples of even recently when I talked about where an AI data center was like, oh, whoops-a-daisy, it looks like we were taking all of the residents' water, like significantly more than we told you guys we were. Whoops, it was like a rounding error. We took like so much more water than we thought because they got caught red-handed doing so. So they're like, oh yeah, we looked into it. We took way too much water. Sorry. Here, we'll give you guys some more back. Trickling it down. So like, what if they are using all of the clean water and you're just getting trash poopy water? Just absolute shit water. Like, I feel like maybe. Of course, I have no evidence to back that up other than just my own observations and my own little wacky ideas. But I don't know. They are evil enough to do that, no doubt in my mind. So who knows? Just something fun to play with as a little thought to kick around, I think. Just wanted to share that, because I fucking hate data centers. I am a D1 AI data center hater, so maybe I'm a bit blindness by my madness on the whole thing, but genuinely, everything evil about companies is epitomized with AI data centers in particular.
What do you say to someone who will push back on any sort of offer that's out there and say, well, a price tag can't replace memories?
Oh gosh, you know, it almost makes me emotional because I have those memories in like my house, and I get how deeply personal people's homes are. I would just say that we see you and we hear you, and we want this process to be respectful and transparent, and that is going to ultimately benefit you.
Barbecue chicken alert! Barbecue chicken alert! Nope! I also love how she's like, oh yeah, hearing that, wow. It almost makes me emotional. I almost feel something, but then I remember all the clams. I remember all the money. Like, I can't feel anything. Are you kidding me? No.
Then I remember I'm a corporatist, baby.
We hear you, by the
Hell
way.
yeah.
I'm not gonna change anything.
Corporatism.
Take your shit, but like we like see you and hear you, I guess. So, like, go away. It's gonna benefit you, don't you know? Like, this is for you, by the way. We know best. It's for you. So yeah, we're gonna.
It's
take
for
your land,
you
but, like,
by being for us. And
it's a
not
really
for
powerful
you.
statement. Thank you so much, Georgia Power spokesperson. I almost can't help but be impressed by the gobbledygook here. Like, they openly say 70 to 80% of the power from these new lines is solely for data centers. Like, they openly say that, and I imagine it's probably going to be more. Again, those numbers are the ones they report to the public.
Yeah, there's no way. There's no way that number is accurate. That also is such a weird number. No way it's accurate. Nobody stating a number that high and rounding it to like 70 or 80, like an even amount, that's fake. I don't fucking care. I don't... No. Real quick hyper analysis on that. No. That should be fake. Like, if someone comes to me and says, oh, I have 80% accuracy in Rivals, you're faking it. No, you don't. No, you don't. You're like, you're being exaggerative at the best. Like, and that's not just me saying that because I have bad accuracy in Rivals. You're like, unless it's like a fucking like even, or not even rather, unless it's like a weird number. If it's a weird number, then it's like, oh yeah, 86%. I have 86% accuracy in Rivals. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I believe that. But they're coming out here and they're saying that 70 to 80%, maybe, just about, not really sure. The 80 to 70, yeah, 70 to 80% is going to the corporation, but yeah, 30 to 20% for the people. Sure, yeah. Like, that is so sketchy on face value. Like, why is it not, I don't know, fucking, literally, like I just said, why is it not like 86%? Like, why is it not 74 to 86%? That's a very weird, specific two numbers to put together and put in there, and the fact that they're both round like that, it's based in nothing. There's no way it's based in anything.
They want to make it look as good as possible, and that's the best they can do.
I don't know if I made that point quite as concisely as I would have liked to, but I hope I at least made it enough to get across what I'm thinking and driving with here.
Like, I bet it's going to be north of that. But even with that, only a measly, like, up to 30% is for you, the actual civilians in the community. And I imagine the argument she's trying to make is that the data center is for you, the civilians in the community. How? It's not. Like, you could just look at the evidence of all of the other communities.
That's if 20 to 30, maybe somewhat, maybe 20, 30%, 6-7%. Like, that's if their bullshit is even fucking true. If their bullshit numbers and stats on how it's gonna benefit the people at all is true.
Tested by data centers. It's just wrong. And I think, I at least think most people see through the deception. I don't think many people fall for this garbage anymore. But the problem is, the people they elect to lead in the local governments there are just already fully corrupt, and they don't care. There have been so many people protesting vocally against it, going to all the meetings, voicing their concerns, and it just doesn't listen. They don't listen. It falls on deaf ears, and they still push all this shit through anyway, against the wishes of the community that they are elected.
Literally, I think there was a whole fucking town council. I need to fact check this real quick. But I swear, there was a whole fucking town council that I think either quit or got ousted over a data center. 1 second, I'm going to switch screens here, because I am going to fact check this. Because it is a good detail, a good relevant detail. What did I click? Why did my screen turn all gray? What? Anyway. Go back to there for now. Forgot to fucking do this. Wait, which one is it? No, it's not that one. It's... Oh, that's what I... God, I'm dumb. I just used a hotkey that I have not had bound to do that thing in literally a year or two. That's my brain. You can do it, brain! Find the hotkey for Firefox. Oh, the The one with the exclamation marks taped on it. Right. You did it. Good job, me. Good job. Good dog. Good puppy. You know what? You know what I deserve? You know what I deserve now? Hang on. I'll get there. I'll figure it out. Puppy will find the hotkey.
Good boy.
Ow. I literally just hurt myself cringing. I fucking literally just hurt my neck cringing. Lord. Okay. What was I do? Oh yeah, finding the thing. Alright, but yeah, I swear there was a whole town council that was ousted over AI. Or data centers. Town council ousted data. Whoop. Center. Hang on, I think I'm right. Yeah. And pull this up. Swap back here. Nah, we don't need that. Alright. So this is apparently what I was remembering there. There's a Missouri town that fired half of its city council over a data center deal. Residents of a St. Louis suburb turned out in droves to unseat 4 incumbents just days after the council approved a development agreement for a $6 billion data center. Right? I don't really have to read the subtext there. I guess I could. It's kind of relevant, but whatever. Festus, Missouri. Voters in a small town, unhappy with the city council's approval of a $6 billion data center, struck back at the polls last week, ousting all 4 incumbent council members running for re-election. Tuesday's election in Festus, Missouri, a city of 12,000 people along the Mississippi River, a half-hour south of St. Louis, is the latest example of growing public backlash against cities agreeing to host hyperscale data centers over the objections of residents concerned about their local impacts. On the same day as the Festus election, I'm speed reading. Fuck y'all, I'm trying to speed read, okay? Like, I'm gonna fuck shit up, and I'm gonna have to correct it and be quick about it. Fuck y'all. Like, I know I keep fucking shit up. On the same day as the Festus election, voters in Port Washington... Wait. Oh, yeah. In Port Washington, Wisconsin, a Milwaukee suburb where tech giants Oracle and OpenAI are building a $15 billion data center campus, also registered their disapproval by overwhelmingly passing a first-of-a-kind referendum. You know what? We don't care about that. Where's the Festus shit? Give me the shit about Festus. The rout of half the Festus City Council was fueled by a surge in voter turnout and widespread frustration with the data center approval process. So yeah, essentially there was... Literally, there are fucking town councils getting ousted over this shit. Meanwhile, this town is over here fucking outright using eminent domain to fucking steal people's shit. Let's see how long these people last in their fucking positions. That's all I'm saying. Like, in their position of power. I'm not saying anything extra here. I'm saying, like, let's see how long they last in power. Like, these motherfuckers probably do not have much longer before their voters take a good look at them and go, yeah, that's not what I voted for. I did not vote for eminent domain to be used for the private sector. That certainly is not what I expected when I voted for you for public office.
Elected to lead. That's just the state of it right now, unfortunately, in so many places in this country.
Brown doesn't buy that. And while she knows it's too late to save her home, she says she doesn't want to see this happen to anyone else.
My mom wants an apology. She wants an apology from Georgia Power.
I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh. Oh, that's the sweetest, most Midwestern bullshit. Oh my god, that is the most sweetest Southern bullshit. They're like, they stole everything from me, but I would just take an apology. There is one good thing about the South that I will give it credit for, is that when they aren't racist, they're very nice people. They do be built different. Just when they're racist... That's my thought on them when that's the case.
And it's because of how she feels as if she's been treated.
Yeah. I mean, for an entire year, they have bullied her. And there is no sorry. So that's what we want. We want an apology from Georgia Power.
Such important reporting there from our Skylar Henry. Thank you.
Unfortunately, I think that's the most that they'll get. Like, in this society, in this system, where there is very little recourse for them, where they have already attempted the recourse that they have within our system, and the system failed them, so that's genuinely all they can get, and I do hope they at least get that, but I also fucking hope Georgia Power goes out of fucking business. I don't know how, but I hope they do. It's kind of an impossible ask, because as power companies, you kind of literally have a monopoly on that area. So, yeah.
I agree. That is important reporting there. I think it is extremely...
Which also is why capitalism is a failure, because again, there's some scenarios where there is no competition. So, some places you just can't be private sector. Some things just have to be public sector. That just is how it is. And other countries have realized that, and do not operate the way we do. Suffice to say. And suffice to say, their people tend to be a lot fucking happier. And usually have healthcare.
Valuable to showcase the impact data centers have on the locals when they swoop in here, and what it does to communities. So I always appreciate reporters that are willing to highlight this, because it is a very negative thing that is being normalized now. It's just like a suck it up and deal with it type of thing. And these fucking monsters are so emboldened that they will just out loud say that if you are against data centers, that you're the problem. I already covered this, but the BlackRock CEO, that fucking goober, man, was really loosey-goosey with domestic terrorism in regards to people against AI data centers,
Whoa
by
there,
the
buddy.
way.
Whoa there, buddy.
Expecting, like, fucking drone strikes and stuff from civilians against data centers. So they were coming up with, like, counter-terrorism
using some
ideas
strong
to
words.
protect data centers from the menace of normal people being outraged that data centers came in and butt-fucked them. It's just...
I just say that because, like, there are certain words that I try not to say because I'm like, they're too spicy. Too spicy. There's certain words that I just consider too spicy for brand. And that's in there.
Just, like, they're just being so brazen with it. Like, it sucks. I know I've yapped about it a lot. I'm going to keep yapping about it because it is out of control. It is a terrible thing. I feel terrible for this family. I doubt they get an apology from Georgia Power or the AI data center top brass or anything. At best, maybe they get like a really hollow, sorry, bub. And that's it. Or maybe they even get like a little...
That's what I'm fucking saying. That's all they're gonna fucking get. All they're gonna get out of this system that we have, that we let ourselves exist in and wallow in, out of a love for capitalism, due to cultural hegemony. as we discussed earlier. Wild. Wild shit. Alright. There do be a bunch of other fucking stories that I was gonna cover, but it is already getting late. Although, wait, I was late today. I was late today. Y'all are lucky. Okay. I actually do want to switch off of politics now, though. Kind of feel like doing some gaming. Do I feel like Rivals is kind of my current question. I'll probably only be able to get, like, 2, 3, like, 6, 7... Just kidding. I'll probably only be able to get, like, fucking maximum 4 matches in. And that's, like, if a couple matches go quickly. Because I do, at the most, have until probably, like, 2:30. At 2:30 is, like, alright. I gotta gear into the rest of my day by then. But we do have until then. Also, unless my partner says he's coming home. Because I always feel mad awkward when he's around. Like, I do not like to stream with him around. He's like... He's supportive in the way a tick is supportive. He's there for me all the time, sucking the life out of me. Making me feel less passionate about shit I feel impassioned about. So, I feel very awkward streaming with him around. It's like having an emotional leech in the other room, and I'm just like, that's a whole separate other thing that has to be handled. I'd probably never will be. Because I'm gonna be real, he's pretty set in his ways. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Like, my wildest dream is one where I wake up and he's reliably supportive emotionally. If that happened, I think I actually would get really suspicious. Like I would get like what's the fucking movie? Oh my god, I did this with him the other day, where I was trying to like think of the same fucking movie. I couldn't think of the name. Then he could, but I couldn't. And he had to pick through my bullshit. Like my mental fucking recollection. Anyways, I would fucking, like, if I woke up one day and he, like, was just super emotionally supportive and like, I'm here for you. Yeah, you know, that's really cool. You know, I like the work that you've done on your stream there. That's cool how you have like a stream or a news-inspired commentary thing, and then, you know, you switch it up a little for the gaming, but it all looks pretty uniform, and you put some good effort in there. If he said that to me, I would whip out a fucking knife, I would put it to his throat in a video game, and I would be like, who are you? Who are you? Where is my partner? What have you done with him? Why are you suddenly supportive? You are not him. Like, what? No. No. Like, I would be, like, so sus. I would be, like... I would be on guard, at the least. I'd be, like... Did you see that? You hear that? You hear him being supportive? Like, that would be my reaction. At the least. Like, so yeah, TLDR. I don't like streaming with him around, so I'm probably not gonna go too late. If there's like a text from him that's like, coming home in 20 minutes, then I'll be ending in 20 minutes. Period. Because also, even with that aside, even if he were supportive, it'd still feel cringe. I still would feel hyper cringe. Because this is an interesting thing. It's weird. I'm essentially intentionally trying to form parasocial connections with people online. Like, and trying to be high energy. Like, it's kind of odd. Like, it's not... Like, I guess it's not, like, about being parasocial, but, like, I'm trying to, like, share just enough, say just enough, and be myself just enough, and talk just enough, that I'm, like, putting shit out there. I don't know. I'm losing track of what I'm saying here, but I digress. Is that my catchphrase now? The second I start losing track of my thought and my brain starts to go brr, then I just go, I digress, and then I just stop talking. You know what? That's fine. That's fine. I digress. Alright, what game do we want to play? I literally did not even finish that thought about what game we want to play. I'm not switching to the full screen. Oh, hell no. I'm glad I looked at that. Oh, hell no. Oh, we got 2 more mountains. 2 more mountains. On Mount AZX. Oh boy. Alright. Well, no full screen face cam. Let's go to this screen then. Go to the intermission. Alright. Well, let's pop that off though. We're not doing a smoke break right now. I mean, I could. Do I wanna? Definitely not weed, because I've definitely smoked enough. Because I'm definitely at the point where, like, I'm yappy. I'm yappy as fuck, but I'm not super introspective. Which that's exactly what the fuck I want when I, like, smoke and stream. That's, like, literally the magical zone that I always forespeak of. Forespeak of? Is forespeak a word? I don't think it is. I like it, though. It sounds good. Anyway. What is wrong with me? I'm a goof. I'm a goof and a goober. Alright. Do we want to play Starbound or Rivals? Or Subnautica? There is Subnautica. We do have time for Subnautica as well. Do I want... I don't... Ooh, actually, Subnautica does sound fun. I'm, like, thinking about it. That would probably be fun and refreshing. Almost literally. It is also a hot day, and something literally feels refreshing about playing a game where I'm immersed in water. Huh. Yeah. I'm gonna launch Subnautica. We're gonna play some Subnautica. Whoop. New EULA? What? Yes, accept. Launching. Oh, I gotta check my... Actually, real quick, am gonna take a quick smoke break, because I do actually have a text that I want to check real quick. So, I'm gonna check on that. Because I'm assuming I may have to reply to it. It could just be something that I can, like, reply to after in, like, 40 minutes, but I don't know until I check. Now, do I? And it also could be him saying, be home in 20. So, one moment. Oh, I don't need to mute for that, though. I just gotta do this. Boop. I'll be back. Oh, and right after we will be playing some Subnautica. Unless of course, it's literally him saying, be home in 20. Actually, no, if it's him saying that, then we'll still do a little bit of Subnautica, but... Wait, did the dog go out? No, she can go with me, right? Ooh. I'm gonna have a quick smoke. My bad. Technically, I should have already done that, but I was gonna not, but I'm already kind of taking a break, so. Oh, I should have just left that like that. Fuck. Whatever. I will be back in a minute. Comes back, refreshes timer. I fucking hate when people do that. Apologies. So I'm already up. Like, I might as well have a little smoke while I'm up, and then come back and sit and give y'all my devoted attention. And chillest best gameplay. Alright. Actually, I should do that real quick too. 1 second. Okay. Oh, I can close this. Ooh. I left my matches out there. It's fine, I'm not gonna need them. What if I want to, though? What if I want to smoke again? We're just playing a game now. I don't have to thinky. And now I do have my matches. I fucking hate using matches. I said this like at the start of the stream, but like my fucking lighter died on me today. And so I'm like, that's all I got. Sorry, I gotta tab into OBS. Fucking, or wait, actually I technically don't have to tab into OBS if I use my head brain. Alright. Use your head brain. That's what these hotkeys are for. Press that one. And then that one. Right? Yeah. Yay, I did it. Okay. Alright, wait. How do I turn this one off? What's my hotkey for this? I have to remember my hotkey for this. Wait, it's, wait, if I just press that and then the same one again? No, I think I just, oh, that's right. This I just do manually. Boop. Swap that to camera. Wait, what? I said swap that to the camera. Thank you. Alrighty. I don't remember what we were doing. Oh! Why is this not... I remember the game. Hang on. Alright, let's put these away. I don't know why they're out here.
Seek caloric intake.
Oh. Well, that resolves that. First problem resolved. Oh yeah! I forgot I put that there. I fucking love this base. Oh, and there's the upper area. Oh yeah, you know what? Let's do some base building. Oh, I have one more thing to do. I forgot, I have one more thing to do. I have to change my fucking stream title. Subnautica 2. And for the title, we're gonna go with dog who can't swim well plays swimming game. I think I've literally used this title before, but whatever. Oh yeah, I can run. Also, oh, we were doing shit with that. We need to charge the battery for this, though. Oh, wait, that's right, that's right. At least I remembered how to do that. Took me, like, probably 5 minutes to figure out how to fucking do that the first time around. Oh, I should check the audio. I kinda can't, though, with this fucking game. This game is so annoying with audio. What changes? I didn't make any. Huh? Alright, how does this look? Oh! There we go. Now when I tab out, I can still fucking hear it. Well, the game is quiet. The game is much less quiet than Yuki. Also, why is that text on there? The temp text doesn't need to be there. That's from last night when I tried doing a late night stream and it just was really awkward. Ugh. God, why does she keep having to go out? It's so hot. It's too hot for her to want to be outside. For context, we have like... Oh wait, I should focus on fixing the audio though. How is... This game is like impossibly quiet. Okay. That's better. This game does not want to be audible, but there we go. I think I have it at a point of audibility. That's not too loud though, right? It's too loud. Testing, test, test. I think that's good. I think that's good.
Welcome aboard.
That felt so loud to me. I have to turn it down on my end now. Alright. Let's do some base building. I forget what resources I have and need. I think I need titanium and glass. So I need quartz. Oh, we didn't get our battery.
Welcome aboard.
I could make multiple batteries so that we don't have to, like, whoops, so we don't have to keep just charging this one, but have I extracted anything from this? Because there's probably... Can I even get in there? Because there's quartz usually in these. Quartz and titanium. Let's try and keep our eyes peeled. Really? I was gonna say, I would be shocked if there was no quartz in here. Oh no. Ooh, that was almost bad. We're getting sucked in. Anyone just tuning in right now, we're looking for quartz. Oh, and titanium. More titanium over here. I didn't mean to do that. For a second, I thought that said thirsty seconds. I was like, oh, the game wants some more, eh? It's more of this alpha dog action. Oh. Alpha dog needs to breathe. No. 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 I hate it. I hate it. I freaking hate that fish. Oh, my inventory is full. Yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna be playing some more Subnautica probably this week. Just so I can take a little bit of a break from Rivals. Oops, not too much of a break, though. I do want to play it on my own. I think I don't want to stream Rivals for a bit. I want to keep it variety. What am I doing? Plus, Loki, I am not used to the comps this season. Like, bruh, I just got used to shit last season and was just getting the hang of shit. Then the new season rolls out and it's like out the window with all of the knowledge you just built. And frankly, it's pretty much at least the same for most players. So there's that, but it's like now everyone has a team up. Like, shit's balls to the wall. High DPS, high paced. I think we already got all of the quartz out of these, but I suppose these are worth checking. They're right here. And I mean, there's a chance I didn't. This game's ambiance is incredible. Can I get in here? Let me in.
Oxygen.
I still kind of want to make that into an actual base. It just doesn't really make sense because I have a better base right now. So why would I make another? Kind of a waste of resources. Have we been over here? We clearly have not. Whoa. Okay, we definitely have not been over here yet. We're near a bloom, which I do not have the ability to handle yet. Actually, I do. I just haven't made it. Oh, is that scannable? Is that furniture? Let's scan this. Get some titanium out of it. I don't want to go too close to the bloom, but let's try and explore here a little bit. Oh wait, we're like heading straight into it. If we go further down. We should probably get the things we need to handle that.
30 seconds.
So speaking of, I might need more of these. Which, if I recall, the way to do this is you remove the gel sac first. Nope, nope, nope. Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, and I need air. Oh no. Oh god. I almost panicked. I almost panicked. I almost panicked. Oh, I hate it here. It's so dark and scary. My alarm is going off, reminding me to do something. But it's alright, that can wait a minute. It can wait literally like a bit. The fuck was that? Ah! Why? 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 Oy vey. No. Fuck off. Go away. I don't want to see your big dumb head. I'm noticing they changed some of the names here on these, because these are old ones. Because I had them labeled. That used to just be Wu Liang Hai. Or like Officer Wu or something. Yeah, I think it was just like Officer Wu. Big. That's big. Massive find. Massive find. Holy fuck. We can now make a fucking dive elevator. Frankly, I don't know what it does, but finding anything in this game that you can then fucking build is how it's done. So that's a good find. Kinda shocked there's no salvage. Oh.
30 seconds.
Oh, there's more to this. Oh. What is going on over? Is this part of the ship or something else?
Oxygen.
Wait, no, yeah, I think this is just all part of the ship. That's still fucking wild, though. Oh, an alpha base is just right here. Oh. Oh. There's just some quartz right the fuck there. Oh. Wait, what? I swear, if there's also quartz, like, right behind my base... Good, good.
Welcome aboard.
Alright, let's deposit our fucking materials. Our tit and salvage is also full. So we'll... Oh, wait, I can just... I always forget I can just hold click. Because every other fucking game with inventories is dumb and does not usually give you a fucking quick way to fucking throw shit in another inventory. Minecraft. I didn't grab the other thing. Whatever. I fucking love this game. I'm definitely gonna play this game for a couple days. Unless I want to switch it up back to Rivals. Like, I mean... I don't know. Because I kind of think I enjoy streaming more when it's when I'm doing a variety. It makes it a little bit more fresh. And it doesn't get as stale. And then I get less in my head about it, because I'm just kind of having a fresh experience each time. So I think I'm going to try to keep it a little bit varied. I was about to try and say variety and varied at the same time. Variety, I think, is what I was going for there. Anyways, we've been going for for 4.5 hours now. That's actually... That's about my usual time. So, that'll do it for today. I will see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully live at the time I should be. I was late today. I was not jiving this morning. This morning I was in a funk. I don't know how covering politics got me out of that funk, but it did. It's almost like it was like, hey, let's go be upset about something else. And then it was like, oh, we're good, we got this. Anyways, I'll see y'all in the next one. Thank you so much for tuning on in if you did.